Good afternoon. It is Monday, February 26th. We are in the afternoon for day 3 of the State versus Hannah Gutierrez. She was the armorer on the set of Rust, where Alec Baldwin shot and killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins. This afternoon, I think we're going to be doing more law enforcement foundational witnesses for the prosecution. As long as we can, I will have court set to 1.25 speed, and then we will zoom through the lunch break if we can to give you a smooth and continuous court viewing experience. Replay crew, love you. I know so many of you watch this when you are done doing the things you need to do for the day. But if you don't want to miss the witnesses that we are all very much anticipating, Sarah Zachary, Seth Kinney, Joel Souza, and others that were on set this day, script supervisor Mamie Mitchell. If you don't want to miss that, you need the Lawnerd app, lawnerd.com. Today, it's we're sending out messages because every now and then, so many Lawnerd subscribe to the app that it struggles a little bit because we're Lawnerds. We break things. It's what we do with our enthusiasm. So lawnerd.com, we are going to push notifications when those key witnesses go out so that even if you are, doing other things, living your life, we will be here. So with all of that, we're going to roll the intro. We're going to get back to court with live court commentary. Chad, it's always good to see you. Chad is Bay, and let's roll.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
All right, let's get Court TV up here today. Let's get me. No, I don't want to. I want to be down here. I might make myself even smaller because I didn't finish eating lunch. That's just the reality. So we're going to be finishing eating my leftover Green Chef from last night as we get into this first witness.
Calls it Robert Gillette.
Robert Gillette.
Do you have your...
What's in small? The opposite of embiggen. We're going to shrink.
We're gonna make it small, Emily, on screen. We're just gonna go little so we can eat lunch. I'm gonna mute. So you can't
Do you
hear
swear
me
affirm under
much.
penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Very direct. Have a seat. Talking to the mic. Let's go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Robert Gillette, last name spelled Gillette.
I thought he was going to say like the razor.
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation within the Explosives Unit, which is part of the Laboratory Division.
Did
how long have
y'all
you worked for
take?
the FBI?
Did y'all take the same flight from Virginia together, or does the FBI just like send you private? Like, how's that work? Are all the FBI agents sitting together? I imagine he's the one that chemically tested the gunpowder. We'll see.
I started with the FBI in 2009 as a contractor. I was hired on as an employee in 2012.
And what's your official title?
My official title is Chemist Forensic Examiner.
And
Chemist.
how long have you been working as a chemist forensic examiner?
For about 11 years now.
All right. Can you give us a brief wrap up of your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science in Chemistry from George Mason University. It's in Fairfax, Virginia.
And do you have any training and experience
Chemistry.
in chemist forensic examination?
Specifically, to become a qualified chemist forensic examiner, I had to complete a training program. That training program started with supervised casework, so casework where supervised either chemists or chemistry examiners oversaw my actions. It included knowledge checks on the different types of instruments that I used, and then competency tests for all of the different procedures that we had.
All the things.
After that, I had to successfully complete multiple oral boards of examinations in topics that covered explosives, the chemistry of
Did they have to be
explosives,
oral
as well as the
boards?
different analytical techniques that we use in the laboratory. And then after that
means
came
spoken.
2 different moot court exercises that I had to successfully complete,
We
as
love
well
moot court.
as supervised
Oh, that was my cursor. Sorry.
case reporting. And then I
Sorry,
was
sir.
a qualified chemist forensic examiner.
I'm sorry, sir.
Have you ever been recognized by a court as an expert in this field in the past?
Yes, I have.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd move the court to recognize Mr.
I'm always so bummed when they
Gillette
don't ask
as
how
an
many
expert witness
times.
in the field of chemical forensic
I
examination.
love to know how much they testify.
All right, an expert in chemical forensic
Oh!
examination.
A
That's
different defense attorney
All right,
is
Mr.
doing
Gillette,
the
how did you become
examination.
involved in this case?
For this case,
Somebody
I was
coming
asked
in
to
for the
perform
chemist.
explosives chemistry examinations on what were suspected to be
Okay.
ammunition propellant samples.
And what sort of testing were you asked to
Propellant
perform?
samples.
Well, that was it, the explosives chemistry examinations.
Can you describe exactly what that testing is?
Yes, it starts with a visual examination, literally looking at what we have to determine where it's going to fit within the different procedures that we have for examining explosives or materials used to make explosives. After that visual examination, it'll point me towards a specific procedure. And in this case, they ended up being what's known as, or they appeared to be what's called smokeless powders. It's a type of ammunition propellant. So we have a technical procedure specifically for that. And the first step is visual examination. So I continued my visual examination.
Excuse me,
And
sir,
use
we
a
look at it
microscope to look
first.
at the specific particles under a microscope, but
Then
also
we
take
take it
photographs
apart.
and make measurements because that's part of our examination. After the visual examination came what's called a solvent extraction, literally using a liquid to ideally extract out the components of those individual particles so that they could be analyzed. And then I analyzed that solvent, that liquid, using an instrument called a gas chromatograph coupled to a mass spectrometer. A chromatograph is an instrument that simply or ideally separates out a mixture into its individual components so that each individual component can be identified, detected and identified, and that's what the mass spectrometer does. And after that,
He's pretty
those
good at
samples, after they
explaining.
had been extracted
it's
by the
just-
solvent,
Okay.
they were analyzed using a technique called Fourier transform infrared
It's all
spectroscopy.
very
And spectroscopy techniques
Sciencey.
or spectroscopic techniques
what
are just
you want
techniques
from
where
a
you have a known
chemist.
amount of energy that interacts with the sample, and those interactions can give information as to
Oh my God,
the
chat,
specific-
you are
either the
so
elements
nerdy and I
composed-
love you.
contained within the
chemistry
sample,
nerds.
or how those
Celebrate.
elements are bound to one another to give molecular, so structural information. And then the last step is a technique called a thermal susceptibility test. That's literally taking a small amount of material, introducing heat in the form of flame, and then seeing how it reacts.
Thank you. Mr. Gillette, did you take any photographs as part of your examination in this case?
Yes, I took multiple photographs using one of our microscopes.
Great. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Remember, I do have this on 1.25 speed. He speaks quickly to get through the stuff that's like
laboratory testing.
legally needed,
Yes, I took both of the photographs.
but not like riveting. He needs to get through all the stuff.
Stipulated to the admission of states exhibits 111A and 111B.
So it
May
is
I
at 1.25.
move for entry of those and request to publish.
Look, whenever you get to speed up court a little bit, we're going to do it. So they're going to publish the
Mr. Gillette,
photographs,
let's start with this.
I imagine, of the gunpowder. Sarah says he gets to
You'll see that
burn
on
shit
your
for a
monitor?
living. Yes, he's like, what do you
Not
do
at the
next
moment,
then?
no.
We light it on fire. See what's going to happen.
No. Oh, there it is.
All right.
My cardinal's getting sassy with me
Mr. Gillette,
outside.
did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a handful of the particles from item 4.
All right. When you say item 4, can you explain what item 4 is?
Item 4 is one of the samples that I received with respect to this case.
What was the form of item 4?
What do you mean by form?
Was it a cartridge of live ammunition?
It was a disassembled cartridge. I don't recall specifically every single component within the container that contained item 4, but I was focused on the suspected ammunition propellant.
Great. And did you examine some other items that had a smokeless powder that looked just like this?
Yes, I did.
And what were those items?
Those would have been items 4 through 7, and there was a 5th one. I don't recall the item number.
Would it help you refresh your recollection if you look at your report?
Yes, it would.
Please.
Yes,
take
it
your
would.
report.
So he's going to talk about the two different
Okay.
gunpowders from
Do
the
you
two
know what the
different
fifth item was?
Yes.
bullets
It was item
from the 2
13-1.
different
All right.
locations.
And do you know where these items were sourced from?
I don't think he hit it with a
Specifically, I don't
hammer.
recall the
he
sources for
lit
every
it
single
on
item, but it was
fire.
either from a cart, a bandolier, a holster, and I believe a tray.
Okay. And all 5 of these items, they have this identical smokeless powder composition in them. Is that correct?
Well, they have this physical appearance,
Right.
and the shape and size and color.
Okay, great. Now I'd like to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 111B. What can you tell me about this photograph?
This is another photograph I took using a microscope. This is item 24-1.
All right, and what does this picture show?
The appearance and the physical characteristics, what we call the morphology, the shape, size, color of the of this specific powder.
And did you examine more than one
Cheerios.
item that had this type of
The
powder?
Cheerio powder.
Yes, I did. There were 6 that had this morphology.
And do you know what the source of those 6 items was?
The source
Where they were found?
is, I recall in one of the laboratory examination
Pictures make
requests
it
that
more
we received,
interesting always.
the source wasn't specifically a location for 2 of them. It was a name, and then the others had a street address in.
Was the name
Albuquerque.
Do you recall what the
PDQ
name
Armin
was?
I believe the name was Seth Kenny.
And do you recall the address?
The specific address,
Owned
no, I
by
think it was
Seth
Monroe
Kenny.
Street in Albuquerque.
Okay, great. What I'd like to do now, and before I do this, all 6 of
Don't know the
the
magnification.
cartridges that you, or the disassembled cartridges that were either
We are
identified
definitely watching
from,
forensic
as coming
files.
from Seth Kinney or from the Monroe Street address, have smokeless powder that looks like this. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Now I'd like to put these kind of side to side. And if you can, I know that it's kind of obvious, but could you explain to the jurors kind of what some of the visual differences between these 2 different types of smokeless
Lyndon
powders are?
motion.
They
granted
both
to
have
call them Shoot
generically the
Loops.
same shape. We would call that disc-shaped. However, the ones on the left are slightly smaller and they're darker in color. The ones on the right are slightly larger and have a single perforation.
Can we call them Shoot
Right.
Loops?
Aside
granted the
from their
motion.
visual appearance, did you conduct any testing to see if they were different chemically?
Yes, I conducted the explosives chemistry examinations that identified them both as smokeless powders, but with different chemical constituents.
And for those on the left, what were your conclusions?
The items on the left were identified as a double base smokeless powder,
And for the right?
a single base smokeless powder. They were both disc shaped, but the ones on the right were obviously they had a single perforation.
All right. And what sort of conclusions are you able to draw from both the visual analysis and your chemical analysis between these 2 different types of smokeless powders?
Between the 2, they are both physically and chemically different from one another.
All right. Is it fair to say that these probably came from 2 different manufacturers?
Oh, I couldn't say that because one manufacturer might make a whole bunch of different types of smokeless powder.
Sure. Understandable. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
He's like, other people can make different shape powders, different kind of powders. I don't know if they're used for different things, but this will be quick. Those 2 things are different, right?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gillette.
Right.
Good afternoon.
A different attorney?
So the number of items you tested in this case, that was 11 different items, right?
Correct.
Okay. And these items that you tested were all cartridges that were given to you by Santa Fe, by law enforcement, right?
No, specifically, I didn't test any cartridges. It was the suspected ammunition propellant.
But you received cartridges.
I received, yes, I did.
And your role in this was not to make sure that, I guess
Got
what I'm trying to
loud.
say is you had no role in selecting which cartridges or which powders you were going to test, right? You
Correct.
tested what they gave you.
Correct.
And you received it. Is it true? It's the form you received them in was 11 Ziploc bags, right?
Yes, I believe they were zipper lock style bags.
And each of the bags had a bullet, a casing, and a screw top container with some powder in it. Is that right?
I believe that's what it was.
So then when you received these items, these cartridges, they weren't intact.
That is correct. They were not intact.
The powder was already removed out.
That is correct.
And do you know who removed the powder out?
No, I do not.
Okay.
It
Now,
would probably be on the report.
FBI
he got.
laboratory, that's where you said you worked on direct. Are you aware of a Mr. Ziegler that works in the FBI laboratory as well?
Yes, Bryce Ziegler was the assigned examiner in the firearms and toolmarks unit.
Okay.
So he
And
would have
was
seen
he the
that
one
in
who
the
had
report.
these items prior to you testing them?
I believe so, yes.
And you don't know if Mr. Ziegler is the one that removed the powder or if somebody else removed the powder?
I'm not certain that it was
Hey,
Mr.
Maria.
Ziegler. I would assume
That's
that was him.
exciting to see
Okay.
people that you know on TV.
Um,
I love it.
So you can't say if the powder from these cartridges was all of it there, or if it was just part of the powder from the cartridges, if it was just a sampling. You don't have no way of knowing that, right?
She's new for us. Yes.
I
I've not
no, I
seen
do
this
not.
attorney before in court.
So you don't know if the powder actually came, in addition, you don't know if a powder actually came from the particular cartridge that it was in parts in the Ziploc either. It could have come from a different one.
Well, since I didn't disassemble them specifically, no, I can't say.
He's like,
where
"Ma'am,
they
not my job."
specifically Came from.
Right.
A whole bunch of
And,
ma'am, not my job.
um,
Ma'am, not my
Your
job.
testing, you talked about the source of the 11
True,
items
true.
you got being part of them from an individual named Seth Kinney, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's. I should say that's what was on one of the communications
He's-
that we got.
It's also on your report, right?
He's like,
Or
I
is it not on
just
your report?
I
need
don't
you to be
recall it
clear
being
what
in
I
the
have
report.
personal knowledge of and what I don't have
So
personal knowledge of.
Do you have any idea where Seth Kinney got these rounds from?
No.
Do you know how it is that Seth Kinney selected these specific rounds to provide to law enforcement to provide to you?
I don't know that he even provided them to law enforcement.
You just know they came from him, right?
I just know that in the income,
I
one of the
know
income
that it said
communications
that.
we had, his name was stated as the either the source or where it was collected.
Me playing with my Streamyard
what about
layouts
the
again.
timing? Do you know when these
I'm back
rounds
now that I-
that indicate they
Wow.
come from Seth Kinney? Do you know when those rounds came from Seth
I think
Kinney?
we need
If it was a
treats.
month after the shooting, a day, 2 months? Do you have any idea?
There would have been a date associated with that laboratory examination request, that incoming communication, so I could maybe assume around a specific time, but specifically no.
Okay, well, your report was
bet it
dated May
says-
3rd, 2012, right?
2020.
I mean, 2022.
He was like,
May
no,
3rd, 2022.
Definitely not
That sounds
2012.
Okay, and
The
Mr.
the Tahini
Ziegler or
gummy
somebody
bears are
else
gone,
had already
Chad.
disassembled these items before you got them, right? So you know.
We're on
Yes,
to
they
the
were
gummy
disassembled
rings.
before I got them.
So did you
The
review Mr.
tahini
Ziegler's
watermelon.
report to determine when they
Not
were
as easy
submitted
to
to
eat
him?
on streams.
No, I did not.
We'll
But you would have
see how it
received
goes.
these items after Mr. Ziegler then, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Hey,
And-
is Hogue in the chat?
Isn't it true that you're not actually
Rick,
able to
good to
tell
see
us
you.
whether two powders that you receive are from different, if the two powders from different locations actually originated from the same source?
What do you mean by source?
Like if they're from the same source.
They're not
of,
mixed in the
a
same bullet,
cartridge.
ma'am.
No, I couldn't specifically. I can just say what I received and what my examination results were.
Well, but you can't say that they originated from the same source. You can only say that they're
I
consistent,
appreciate
right?
that you appreciate that, Rick.
If I was trying to associate two things together, like comparing two things together, but in this case, both of the two powders within this submission, they were physically
Sir,
and
do
chemically
weapons
distinct from
manufacturers
one another.
mix
So they
powders?
wouldn't be able to be from the same source.
Well, but you have a way to, you can only say that they're consistent. You can't say that they are from the same source.
Oh, if say that these two powders were not different, both physically and chemically, the best I could say then was that they are physically and chemically consistent with one another, if that were even the case, which is not the way it is.
Now I've seen, so it appears that there were several cartridges that were sent to the FBI laboratory for testing beyond the 11. And I just want to make sure you don't have an additional report, or you didn't test any of the other cartridges that went to the FBI lab other than these 11.
That's correct. I was only given 11 samples to examine.
Ma'am, I just do what they asked me to do.
And so it seems like the purpose of your work is to determine whether there's smokeless powder present, right?
I just look
Well,
at
the-
the stuff
I would say
under the
the purpose is to
microscope and
determine
sometimes make
whether
it
or
go boom.
The suspected ammunition propellant is ammunition propellant.
That's all.
And that would be one type of ammunition propellant is smokeless powder. that you're
It's their
looking for, right?
job.
Correct.
And you used, in order to do that, you used this whole scientific process you just talked about
I
on
keep
direct
messing with my StreamYard.
to determine
layout.
whether these were live rounds, right?
I
You
keep
actually
getting
had
mad
to
at
look
myself.
at the chemical composition of the powder in order to tell the difference, right?
No, I never made a determination
have to look at man.
it was a live round, and specifically smokeless powder.
Right, but in order to do that, you actually had to do a chemical composition of the powder to tell the difference, right?
Correct.
And the technique that you had to do to do that is, and you were trying to tell if
No.
this,
Finish the question.
It was, I think you said what, visual microscopic inspection first,
Compound.
right?
Correct.
And then you also did a thermal susceptibility test,
Correct.
and then infrared, like
Spectroscopy.
yeah, but the spectroscopic techniques.
Correct.
Is that what? Okay. And then there was one more. It was the gas chromatography. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So that sounds very scientific here. These tests are all done in a laboratory, right?
Correct.
And
Sir,
in order,
sciencey.
and that is the way that you determine if this powder is in fact an ammunition propellant. Is this all scientific in a lab kind of stuff?
Correct. By following the specific technical procedure that we have.
And your procedure also produced over 100 pages of notes, didn't it?
Not specifically notes, I would say case notes. They were probably shorter than that, maybe a dozen or so, but all of the instrument data, definitely over 100 pages.
All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit to, you were asked some questions about the manufacturer. And isn't it true that it's actually possible to determine the brand of a powder?
If there's enough identifying physical and chemical characteristics, it potentially could be possible, yes.
Okay. And that's something that you are able to perform.
Chat, the
but you weren't
stream
asked
house
to do
looks
that
good
in
on
this
my
case.
end. So
No,
if you
we
need to
weren't
refresh,
asked to do
refresh.
that.
It looks okay on my
In
end.
fact, does the FBI have a standard operating procedure for smokeless powder analysis that discusses brand determination?
Not specifically brand determination, but trying to find a specific type of smokeless powder. Yes.
Are you saying there's no FBI SOP that
No,
talks brand determination?
I don't recall specifically brand determination being in it, but maybe it is. But there are ways, and we do even have a database of several hundred different smokeless powders. But we could compare results to, but we weren't asked to do that. And
I only do what you asked me to do.
sort of, as you alluded to, it's very, very hard to say.
It's an
that
input-output
two
thing.
things are the same.
It doesn't matter.
It would be very, very hard for us to say these two powders are these specific type of brand. But if there were enough physical and chemical distinct characteristics within them that we could hopefully at best narrow it down to a brand and maybe.
It looks like
a line
YouTube
of
glitched
products.
for a minute. If
Right,
you guys are
and
having
in fact,
issues,
what you
just
just said with
refresh.
the FBI's laboratory
On our
having
end, we're
a
showing excellent
database
stream
with
health.
smokeless powders that can assist in branding determination. That's in the SOP, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But you weren't asked to go through that database in this case or to do that.
No, there was no request to try to determine the specific manufacturer.
Okay. So let's talk about, I think you also took some measurements, right, of the diameter of the particles?
Correct.
And the purpose of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's you can, in taking the diameter, you can
Y'all, for
compare
those
this.
of you that are having some stream issues, can you let us know if you're watching on mobile or desktop? If you're getting glitching, just put mobile. A lot of you are saying refreshing help. That's not on our end. That's on the YouTube end, but it'll help me let them know what's going on.
Similarities and differences of the diameters, right?
Yes.
That's a purpose. But in this case, you weren't asked to perform an associations analysis?
Oh, we don't have an associations analysis,
Okay.
but I did differentiate between the two different types of powders.
The
that
law
were
nerds do
identified.
that.
Right, but in
Most
terms
of you are mobile.
of actually comparing them, let's talk about the weighing. You didn't weigh the powder, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that would be another way, would you agree, to differentiate the different particles by weighing it?
But by how one specific particle weighs?
Right.
Yes.
And so you don't know because you didn't weigh them, I guess, if these were partially full or completely full, the cartridges when the powder was in them.
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't do any sort of weight examination. No.
But wouldn't weight tell you, weighing the powder would tell you how much was in the cartridge, right?
No, he
Yes,
didn't take
in terms of weight. Yes.
He didn't take the cartridge apart. He didn't take the cartridge apart. The person who takes the cartridge apart should weigh it. They're asking a lot of questions that aren't his job, which is part of a defense strategy, but a lot of these things are not his job. But the defense can go, look, this dude didn't even did it. And the prosecutor or didn't even do this. And the prosecution is gonna be like, that wasn't this dude's job. So that
Now,
it's just not, I don't think this is
we were
very
talking a little bit about
helpful.
timeline earlier. I think you said that your work in this case
Jumped around a lot.
Your report was dated in May of 2022, but your work is actually done in like April of 2022. Is that right?
Correct. I believe I started in April of 2022.
And how soon would you start? And I mean, you can tell me, can you extrapolate from that? If you started your work in April, did you report in May when these items were received by you?
By me, I would have to look at the chain of custody.
It would
Would
literally
it be close to April of 2022?
it would
I would
literally be
expect it to
written on the
April of
form.
2022.
Okay.
Literally
So you
on
weren't
the
provided
form.
with these until April of 2022.
I would have to look at the chain of custody to be certain, but I believe I received them in April of 2022.
I mean, it's literally
All
on the
right.
form.
And I mean, you said you're the chemist, you did all the tests here, but you have no personal knowledge about where these were on October 21st of 2021, right?
Yeah, he's made that
Correct.
abundantly clear.
Just a second.
He's been really good about he's been really clear about what he has no personal knowledge of and very good with that. If you are still having
Mr.
stream
Gillette,
issues,
does the FBI in your
refresh.
lab in particular have procedures and policies in place that discuss cross-contamination of evidence?
Objection, you're outside the scope.
Not at all,
She
ma'am.
asked him-
I never asked about cross-contamination.
Yes, you did.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes, we do.
Can you describe those policies and procedures?
She doesn't
to the
think
jury,
she did,
please?
but she did.
Specifically within the explosives unit, we minimize, reduce, and eliminate cross-contamination.
She was
in a number
asking
of
about
different ways.
mixing
When we
powder.
start our examinations wherever we're
These
working.
are excellent.
We done clean PPE, so lab coat, gloves, safety glasses. But we have to clean our work surface typically with isopropanol, so rubbing alcohol, and then put down clean butcher paper so that the surface we're working on is clean and not contaminated. And that we, anytime we handle a different sample, we either do that, change our gloves, just those sort of procedures to make sure we're not introducing anything into the sample that isn't part of the sample.
Couldn't these
Have
powders
you
be
ever worked
mixed?
on two samples at the same time?
Yes.
Really?
In what circumstances would you work on two samples at the same time?
I'm surprised by that
Where I
answer.
can contain them and keep them separated from one another.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, your excuse. Thank you, sir. Next witness.
They're chugging right along today. I like it. We're just like,
Your Honor, the state calls Jerrilyn Conway.
let's go, let's go. Jerrilyn Conway is the next witness for the state. And as they are getting witnesses up to the stand and approaching the bench, wait, I need to know what made them approach. Hold on.
Can you approach?
Who said that?
Can you approach?
Can we approach? All right, now that they're approaching, we're going to
You'll
zoom
give in this case will be
past that.
law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
All right, next witness. They haven't approached much today. They haven't had a ton of objections. Like, they've been rolling pretty smoothly through
How are you
trial
today?
today so far.
Well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my
I
name is
bet you work for the
Jerrilyn.
FBI.
Jerrylyn.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a DNA examiner in the DNA casework unit at the FBI laboratory.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a
Y'all got a
DNA
private
examiner?
plane together.
As an examiner, I basically manage a case. When
I'm
a case
teasing.
comes to our unit for
I was going to
DNA
stop eating
testing,
these, but I can't.
I determine what testing we're going to do on those items of evidence, and then a team of biologists will do the testing for that case. I'll review the results of that test. I'll determine if more tests need to be conducted, and then I'll do comparisons and write a report, and then testify as needed.
Great. Tell us about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Genetics from Texas A&M University and a Master's of Science in Molecular Biology from New Mexico State University.
And prior to working at the FBI, what kind of experience did you have?
I worked in a genetics lab at New Mexico State University working on cotton genetics testing.
Great. And you may have already said, I missed it. How long have you been working at the FBI?
I've been there since 2000, so almost 24 years.
Great. And have you attended any specialized training for
Objection.
the position you currently hold at the
Objection. Objection. Ma'am, the year 2000 was not 24 years ago, and I refuse to accept it. Objection. I feel old. Stop. Stop.
FBI?
I did. I went through about a 2-year training program. I took moot court examinations so that I could be sure to be able to explain my results to
So
a
I could
group
do this shit.
of jurors. And then I also took oral board examinations in the fields of serology, genetics, and statistics.
Great. And have you ever been recognized by a court previously as an expert witness in this field?
I have, yes.
Great. Your Honor, I move that the court recognize Ms. Conway as an expert witness in the field of forensic serology and DNA analysis. Bless you.
All right.
All right.
I
What,
so admitted I don't want to have to repeat that when I sneezed and couldn't hear some of it.
I think he said, bless you, Your Honor.
forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Thank you, admitted.
All right. Thank you. What is
DNA?
forensic serology?
Forensic serology is the identification of body fluids such as blood on items of evidence.
And how do
DNA
you perform
day.
serological examination on items of evidence?
When a biologist looks at an item of evidence, they'll look for areas of staining. So those areas of staining then will be tested with chemicals. A small portion of that stain will be swabbed using a swab is like a Q-tip with just the cotton on one end. That moistened Q-tip will be used to sample a small portion of that stain. And then chemicals will be added to that swab and a color change will be expected. If it's positive, that means that blood might be present on that item. It's considered a presumptive test. And if it's negative, then blood was not detected on that item.
Great. And can you give us just a general description of what exactly is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it acts
We've
as our
done this a
genetic
lot now with
blueprint.
a lot of
We
trials.
inherit our DNA from our parents. We get half from our mother and half from our father, and we basically have 2 copies of our DNA.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in our cells, and our cells are the building blocks of our bodies. And if you think of a cell like an egg, then the yolk of the egg, we call that the nucleus. And the nuclear DNA is what we test in our forensic testing.
And how can DNA be used to differentiate between different individuals?
Most of our DNA is the same. However, there is a small portion that is different among us. Some of those portions are tested in our forensic testing, and those portions are called STRs, which stands for short tandem repeats. These repeats are pieces of DNA that are repeated over and over. When we do DNA testing, we determine how many repeats an individual has in their DNA, and then we're able to look at those areas that differ among individuals.
Can you describe for the jury what's the procedure that you use to develop a DNA type?
The procedure goes through a step-by-step process in the laboratory.
We've heard this
and
like
when the
multiple
so when the
trials now.
biologist sees that there's a stain to
She
be tested, then they can either cut that stain or they might use another
explains it
swab to
so
swab a portion
well
of that stain.
without being
That stain or
condescending.
that swab
She
will be
doesn't
cut
talk
and put into
over the
a
level
tube
of the
that's
jury,
barcoded and then
but I
used through the
think
rest of
she
the
makes
process.
it accessible
After it's collected,
without
then it's
downplaying it too much. I
extracted, and
really
extraction just
enjoy
means
her
that the DNA is
explanations.
purified away from the rest of
I'm
the
also glad we're
material.
on
So the material it was collected on,
1.25 to
and then any
just
other cellular material that might be present.
move.
The next step is quantitation, where a portion of that sample is put into an instrument to determine how much DNA is present in that sample. And then a portion
Joe,
of the
we'll
sample is
catch up to
taken
live soon,
based on
soon,
that
I promise.
quantitation to the next step, which is amplification. The
But I like her.
amplification means that there are pieces, those pieces that we're interested in, those STRs, are amplified so that they can be detected in an instrument. So after the
Dominique,
amplification is complete, then a
she's
small
dumbing it
portion of
down
that
for us
sample is
without
moved onto
making
an
us feel
instrument
dumb,
separated
which
out
is
by
a
size.
very good skill.
After it's sized, then I
The
can look
FBI
at
experts have been
that
great.
resulting data and determine the DNA profile from that sample.
And what's a reference sample?
A reference sample is a sample from an individual, and we know whose DNA that is. So it goes through all of the same processes to get a DNA profile at the end. But in this case, I know whose DNA is present in that sample, and I can use it for a comparison.
Great. And what does a DNA profile look like?
A DNA profile basically looks like peaks on a graph. So that instrument that separates it out by size, when those pieces move through that instrument,
Ma'am, you
then
can't
they
say
are
size to-
recorded by the
ma'am,
instrument. And then I
You
can
can't
look at
say
that
size
data.
to this chat.
Basically, we look at 21 different locations
This chat
to
can't
determine a
handle it.
person's DNA profile.
Can't.
Those 21 different locations have results at those locations, which end up just being numbers. And remember, we get half of our DNA from mom and half from dad, which means that at any given location, a person might have one result, which means they got the same number of repeats from mom and dad, or they have two results. So they get two different numbers of repeats from mom and dad.
She really
And
is.
what
It's
is
like
a
a nice
mixed profile?
refresher.
So a mixed DNA profile means that more than one person's DNA is detected on the sample that has been analyzed. And I can
The
tell that it's a
fluids.
mixture when I see more than two results at any of those locations that I test.
So after you develop a profile, what's your next step in terms of how do you do your comparison?
So my next step is to
Hogue.
look at the DNA
All
types
morning,
from the reference
Hogue.
sample from
All
someone
morning. It was
whose
not our
DNA
fault.
I
The
know it
FBI
came
did
from,
it.
and compare that to the sample that
It
I
was
got from the
it was the
evidence. When I do
cocking.
that comparison, I might have enough information that I can exclude that person outright. If I can, then I will do that. If not, then I'll use a statistical program to assess how common or rare the DNA types are in the sample, and also could this person be a contributor to that DNA profile.
So aside from that, what other conclusions can you draw from a comparison?
So once I've used my statistical analysis, I have a result that's called a likelihood ratio. This likelihood ratio is basically a comparison of two different explanations
She's
for
making
the
his
DNA
job
evidence.
so easy.
One explanation
'cause
is
she's
that the
such a good
person
witness.
who I'm comparing to is
It's
a
just-
contributor to that profile. And the other explanation is that person
Easy.
is not a contributor, and rather an unknown, unrelated person is a contributor to that evidence.
How do you calculate the significance of a match?
That likelihood ratio gives me a number, and that number, the higher it is, the more support I have for one of those explanations over the other. So remember, if the likelihood ratio is high, then the explanation that that person is a contributor is more supported than the explanation that that person is not a contributor.
And do you do any sort of ongoing testing to make sure that your results are reliable?
I know that my results are reliable because our laboratory goes through, there's a number of quality assurance procedures that are in place at the laboratory. We use controls to ensure that the results, we use a positive control to show that our tests are working and we get an expected result from a positive control. And then we also use negative controls to ensure that we have no contamination in our reagents or chemicals that we use. We also, our biologists are highly trained. They're qualified to do the work, and they also wear personal protective equipment. They wear lab coats,
So
they wear
their
gloves, they wear
DNA
masks
doesn't
and
end up in
goggles
everybody else's
to ensure
DNA.
that they don't contaminate the evidence they're working on either.
We would like to not contribute
Ms. Conway, how
samples.
did you become involved in this case?
So this
Someone
case was
told
submitted
me
to the
I
DNA
had to.
casework unit, and then I determined that the samples in this case needed to go through testing, and that testing was then conducted by the biologist. Following that testing, I then reviewed those results and wrote the report.
And exactly what sort of testing were you asked to perform?
We did both serology and DNA testing in this case.
All right. And what was the item that you tested?
We tested a revolver.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 9. Is your monitor on over there?
It is.
I like her demeanor so
Does
much.
this appear to be a photograph of the revolver that you performed?
She's
your
making
testing
his
on?
job
It
so
does.
easy.
Okay, great.
Because he asks very
Um,
simple questions and she's like, this.
Was your lab able to detect and obtain a usable DNA reference sample from this revolver?
We obtained a profile from a sample that was taken from the revolver, yes.
Okay. And did you have comparators to check the reference sample against?
We compared this to 4 reference samples that were submitted in this case.
And do you know who those 4 are?
Yes, I do. We got a reference sample from Alexander Baldwin, a reference sample from Hannah Gutierrez, a reference sample from David Halls, and a reference sample from Sarah Zachary.
And what were the results of your comparisons? Were you able to include or exclude any of these reference individuals?
Yes, for each of those individuals, I developed a likelihood ratio, and the likelihood ratio is different for each person. So the likelihood ratio for Mr. Baldwin, the DNA results from the sample from the revolver are 110,000 times more likely if Mr. Baldwin and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample.
I mean, that's
And with
not
regard to Ms. Gutierrez, what were your findings?
surprising.
With regard to Ms. Gutierrez, the DNA results from that sample from the revolver are equally likely if Ms. Gutierrez and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample. This means that the DNA analysis the likelihood ratio was 1, and that DNA analysis was uninformative.
Okay. So
Baldwin
is it
held
fair
the
to
gun.
say
We're not
you
confused about
can't
that.
say for sure whether Ms. Gutierrez handled this gun?
I can't say for sure whether her DNA was detected in the sample that I analyzed.
Okay,
That's
thank
right.
you. That's fair. I want to change gears a little bit, and I want to talk to you now about the DNA testing
Okay.
of cartridge casings. What can you tell the jury about
Yeah,
the FBI policy of testing cartridge
Hope,
casings?
I
The
think
policy at the FBI is to not conduct DNA
I
testing
think
on
they're
cartridge
trying
casings.
to make
why is
sure that
There's a
the
limited
defense
chance
doesn't
that
say you
DNA
didn't
would
do
be
it.
obtained from those cartridge casings, especially if they have been fired. The heat from firing a weapon is significant enough that DNA can be very degraded and broken down from that.
Firing process, we get it.
And is the policy the same even if the cartridge hasn't been fired?
That's right. It's not our policy to test cartridge casings.
Okay, so if the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office had sent you some casings to test, what would you have done with those?
We would not have tested them.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, time for cross.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So
Alec
are
Baldwin
you
had
saying
the
that
gun.
the
So
FBI
what you're saying is the FBI has determined that Alec Baldwin held the gun that we all know that Alec Baldwin held. Great.
policy is never to test cartridges for DNA?
Our general policy is to not test them. That's right.
Fired.
Our general
She said
policy.
fired.
So does that mean it ever happens?
I believe it has happened in some cases, but our policy is to not accept those cases.
Okay, well, for example, a terrorism case comes through. Very important terrorism case is presented to you. They say, we need you to test cartridges for
Why-
DNA. Has something like that ever
I
happened
know
at
we're
the
doing
FBI?
hypotheticals.
I'm not
but
aware specifically of a case where they have been tested.
She's like, I didn't make the
But you are
SOPs,
aware
sir.
that the FBI can do that. They have the capability to test cartridges for DNA.
It's possible to test them, yes, but there's a number of reasons that we do not, and
So
our
there's a
case
quality
acceptance is to not
control.
test them.
Okay, and allocation of resources, whatever that may be, but you can do that as a unit, as the FBI. You're not telling the jury the FBI can't test rounds for DNA, are you?
Testing for
She's not telling
DNA
anybody
requires
anything.
that a sample in our lab would be swabbed, and that would also destroy any latent fingerprints that might be present. And so our policy is to leave those samples for latent fingerprints.
Okay, so you would prefer latent fingerprints be collected from those?
Perhaps.
Okay. Now, in this case, you received 4 names, 4 DNA buccal swabs,
I did.
and a buccal swab for the jury. Is that inside your?
It's a cheek swab from the inside of your cheek.
Okay, and that gets the DNA that you can use later for the comparison.
That's right.
Okay. Now, you did not receive Seth Kenny buccal swab, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And you did not receive anybody else other than those 4 individuals.
That's correct.
And so your primary conclusion in this case was that Baldwin likely touched the revolver, correct?
My
Shocking.
primary conclusion is that the DNA that I tested supports the inclusion of Mr. Baldwin as a contributor to that DNA. Yes.
Okay. And the other part I didn't quite understand, the 3 unknown contributors, but the bottom line is likelihood he touched it. Obviously, he said.
Sheila, because Halls and Baldwin had the gun after Gutierrez did, and possibly Sarah Zachary, it might not show up because Hannah had the gun to load it. Then the gun went to either Sarah Zachary or Dave Halls. Then it went to Alec Baldwin. Then it went from Baldwin to someone and to Sarah Zachary, and then it went to law enforcement. So many people touched it. I don't think it actually has a ton of evidentiary value. I think they're doing it so the defense can't say they didn't even DNA test it. I think this is just kind of a stopgap witness, truly.
His DNA is consistent with the DNA that I found
So-
on the gun. Yes.
The absence really doesn't help with how many people touched this gun.
Nothing further.
All right.
It just,
Thank you. You're excused.
they need to do it.
Sure.
They need to do it so the defense doesn't yell at them that they didn't do it. That's it. So that's why she was talking about the overhandling of evidence. All right, let's zoom with what they're approaching about, which could be that a next witness isn't
We're going
here.
to take a 5-minute break on conferring. I think it's easier if you just stay here instead of transported back and forth, but certainly stand, stretch, drink some water.
They're waiting on a witness.
We're not going to
seems like.
stand for you, though, for now.
Stretch break. Oh, where are all the lawyers going? Maybe not a witness issue. That's a lot of lawyers leaving the courtroom. Your Honor, what have the lawyers done, ma'am? Your Honor, what did the lawyers do? What did they do to warrant that look? All right, I guess the court is staying in court for the break. We're gonna zoom past the stretch break. Hopefully you took a stretch break. Got some water, hydrated, took a minute. The court's face though, she was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Let's see how much we have to fast forward to get to a, oh, that's more than 5 minutes. That's more than 5 minutes, friends. All right. Who's our next witness? Oh my God, back to the seal. Okay. Here we go.
Affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Ross Addiego.
Ross Addiego is our next
Spell your
witness.
last name if you would.
Addiego.
Mr. Addiego, how are you currently employed?
As a Dolly grip.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the difference is between a dolly grip and a gorilla grip? Please. Please.
jury what a dolly grip does?
I help the camera department in any way possible with camera support. So any camera movement, whether on a dolly, camera cranes, rigging a camera to vehicles, I assist them in,
I'm
in
sorry,
any way that I
Chad.
can as a representative from the grip department.
You do this on movie sets?
You do
movie
Hollywood
sets,
shit.
television sets, music
Commercial
videos, commercials. Yes.
Magic of
Give us a
Hollywood,
little bit of
Chad.
an idea of your background and experience in the film industry. How long have you been working as a dolly grip or generally kind of as camera supportive crew?
I've been in the industry almost 30 years at this point.
And when
What
we talk
kind of
about
fuckery
film
have you
credits,
seen?
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we mean when we say film credits.
On a TV show, we wouldn't often be listed at the end of the show. On a movie, you would see credits roll at the end of a movie. But online, there's a database,
IMDb.
internet movie database that kind of tracks not only the productions, the shows, the actors, and also the crew, which I would fall under. So that essentially acts as a resume for me.
And on that online database, approximately how many film credits do you have?
Over 100.
And would you say that over 100 is approximately the number of film credits that you really have?
I would say that represents half of my time on set. Certain things don't get, a lot of commercials don't get listed, music videos don't get listed. Most of my TV and film work, I think, is on there.
So what
Okay.
music videos
so
did you
your
do?
total amount of credits might be closer to 200?
That's probably a safe assessment.
Is she trying to establish him as an expert for what?
And back in October,
Do we
of
need gripping
2021,
experts?
Were you? How were
Or was
you
he on
employed?
the set of Rust?
I was employed as the A-camera dolly grip on a little movie called Rust.
Yes. Okay. So he's not an
So,
expert. He's
When
there.
you say
He's a percipient
camera,
witness.
Is there more than one camera?
Yes, that movie had two cameras, an A
He doesn't mean a camera. He means a camera, B camera.
camera and a B camera.
And is that common?
It is very much common.
I want to hear about them walking off
Have
set.
ever
Did
worked
you
on
walk
films
off
that had
set?
more than two cameras?
Yes.
This is
And have you
exciting.
worked on films that had only one camera?
Yes.
So as the A camera dolly grip, can you just kind of walk us through
Tell us what you do.
you're doing on set?
In the simplest terms, helping the director of photography capture the,
Would that be the DP?
Director and writer's vision for the project.
And specifically, how are you doing that? Physically, what are you doing?
Again, assisting with the camera movement. On this movie, we had a good number of crane shots, so high and wide, to see the western town or the beautiful environment we were in.
The sky was so
a lot
lovely.
of dolly moves, so there was constantly movement throughout the story, whether moving into a set or coming out of a set to reveal other characters.
So what's the dolly and what is the dolly used for?
The dolly is a piece of camera support equipment.
Sir, have you ever worked
used
dolly grip for
in lieu
YouTubers?
of a tripod or another stable
Doesn't it,
or
like, go
static
moves?
camera support apparatus. So the dolly typically has 8 wheels, different size dollies depending on the project, and it also has a hydraulic boom system. So I can, with my controls, boom the camera up and down, whether during the shot or to set up a shot and get the camera where both the director of photography and the camera operator and the director think it best tells the story we're trying to tell in that moment.
And who was the director of photography for this film?
Helena Hutchins.
And who was the director for this film?
Joel Souza.
And do you recall, was the camera operator for camera A always the same person?
Until the fateful day, it was the same person.
And who was that person?
His name was Andy. His last name escapes me at this moment.
Okay. In this film, was camera A always on a dolly?
No.
So other than the camera filming from the dolly, how else can cameras film?
We did a good bit of handheld. So my cameraman would have the camera on his shoulder by his hip, and I would assist him with that weight and keeping him safe as he's moving around.
And let me stop you right there.
Yes.
Approximately how much does that camera weigh?
On that project, it was, depending on the lens, 40-ish pounds.
Okay.
Depending on the
Go ahead,
lens.
sir.
And then we also had Andy on a man-rideable crane, which means that I could put him on a camera crane that was 20 some odd feet long or longer and kind of put him up in the air to get wide vistas of
You could just
sets and locations.
Throw Andy up on the crane.
So how long had filming been going on the set of Rust prior to October 21st?
We were a couple of weeks into it.
And when you say a couple of weeks, are we talking, how many days are in the work week?
My recollection is we were doing 5-day
it's a
weeks,
movie.
but at some point our weeks shifted. I think we were doing a Tuesday through Saturday schedule. So we were 10 to 12 days in, I believe, at that point.
Okay, 10 to 12 days of actual filming.
Correct.
Okay, because you had weekends.
We did. We typically had whatever our union protocol was, 2 days off, 48 hours or some such.
Now, with regard to all of your film credits, can you tell the jury approximately how many projects you've worked on where there was an armorer on the crew?
Can't give you an exact number, but a dozen or more at this point in my career.
And why would
That
a
echo was
production
me
company hire an armorer?
because they have to.
Because they plan to use potentially deadly weapons and ammunition.
And what is your understanding of what the responsibilities of a set armorer are?
I think the defense is going to argue that this man is not a witness not a witness. He's obviously a precipient witness because he was on the set of Rust. But I think they're going to argue he's not an expert. She has not qualified him as an expert. So he is not allowed to give his understanding of what an armorer does. I imagine that's what they're arguing about. But since we can't hear the sidebars and we get excluded, like, kids who have been naughty, we're going to just fast
Mr.
forward.
Addiego, based on your experience working on
She won
films
the objection.
with armorers, do you know what the armorer is responsible for?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
My
She won the
understanding of the
objection.
armorer's responsibilities is any working firearms and any ammunition is under their control.
And when you say that working firearms and ammunition are under your control, are under their control, let me ask you, in your experience, are there certain industry protocols that are followed on movie sets by armorers.
How would he know
Yes.
that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to Black Foundation.
Going to be outside this.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Why would he know the industry
You've
protocols
testified that you
for
have
armorers?
worked on 12 movie sets with armorers.
Then move to
Is
make
that
him
correct?
an expert.
It is correct.
12 or more.
You've
At
not,
least 12.
You've not moved to have him established as an expert.
Has that experience made you familiar with what you believe
She
are the
didn't lay the
industry
foundation yet.
protocols for armorers on movie sets?
Your Honor, get on object. Seems
Counsel
like
approach.
Yeah, she hasn't established that he's an expert. He will know a lot of things, but the protocol of what an armorer is required to do is probably outside of his scope of experience. The general responsibilities, yes, but the actual protocols that govern it, he might not know. And he has not been established as an expert. She's not introduced him or sought to introduce him as an expert. And she's not laid the foundation to say, okay, so did you work closely with these armorers? Are you in charge of them? Are you, head of a local branch for your union that has to know these things? She hasn't established that foundation. So, and she's telling them so.
Mr. Addiego, in the films that you worked on,
She's trying to
where there was
establish
an
the
armorer,
foundation.
And for the purposes of this question, we're excluding the movie Rust.
She's going to try to establish this
Did
foundation.
you
Don't you
notice
have another
certain
witness? If you want to talk about the safety issues on set,
protocols that you yourself
talk about
saw
those.
armorers engage in all of those movies up until you got to the movie Rust.
She's trying to lay a
Yes.
foundation.
So I'd like to talk to you about those.
We'll see.
In the other movies where there were armorers that you worked on, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury
For the judge, so I can lay foundation. Here comes the objection.
how, under what circumstances in your experience, can you describe the safety protocols that the armorers on those other movies engaged in when they would bring a firearm onto set for use in filming a
Yeah,
scene?
what did
Your
you
Honor, I'm
see?
also going to object to relevance. What happened in other movies has no relevance to what happened on Rust.
It's like I'm psychic.
Response.
Can we approach?
Response. Ma'am, he knows shit. I'm trying to lay Your Honor, I'm trying to lay a foundation. She's not gonna get there. This is a long sidebar. Being able to fast forward's the best. I'll be interested to see what happened. Don't they have
All right,
experts?
Mr. Addiego, let's proceed. Do you recall the question?
If you
No.
give it to me again, please.
Walk us through your experience with safety protocols by film set armorers.
She's going to have to go a lot further with
when the
foundation
armorer
to get to some of
brings
these
a
key
weapon onto
questions.
set to
But I
be
don't know why
used in the
she's
filming
wasting
of
the
a
time
scene
with this witness.
prior to your experience
She
on
has
set of
other
Rust.
witnesses.
My experience has been that typically the armorers would have some sort of safety meeting or lecture before any of firearms are going to be used in the filming of a scene.
And I'm going to stop you right there. In terms of the safety meeting, who is the person on set in
Who
your
runs it?
experience who usually calls for the safety meeting?
The first
The
assistant
first
director.
AD.
And that would not be Ms. Gutierrez.
No, it would
That's
not.
Dave Hall.
Who was the first assistant director in this case?
The first assistant director on Rust is Dave Halls.
Who you guys gave a plea deal for 6 months of probation to, even though he refused to hold safety meetings on set, and the OSHA board of New Mexico screamed about it. But okay.
So you mentioned one of the first things that happens is there's a
But
safety
okay.
meeting.
Typically, we would discuss.
Unless you're Dave Hall.
I guess I should back up. Typically, when we receive our call sheets, an email call sheet the night prior to filming.
Okay, hang on just a second, because I don't know that we have very many people here that are in the film industry. What's a call sheet?
So I would typically receive an email every night before filming, and that email would include a call sheet that would list
Times.
who will be on
Who,
set,
when, where, what.
both cast and crew. It'll tell us what scenes we're doing. It'll tell us locations, kind of general information for the day, weather, what time the sun goes up and down, whatever production feels is pertinent information. And then a lot of times what they'll attach to that email are the sides, the actual parts of the script we're shooting for the day, and then safety bulletins, whatever union safety bulletins would be appropriate for that day, whether firearms or animals, inclement weather.
There's going to be a horse on set. There will be lightning.
Filming, typically the first assistant director would call for a safety meeting and call all of the cast and crew that would be involved to listen to that meeting.
Hogue.
And potentially
Even
the armor
band
may
kids
have
get
something to
call
say
sheets.
as far as
They're a little different.
what we're doing if we're firing blanks. Here's the...
But hang on, I'm going to stop you right there.
This allowed him to give a much more fulsome answer.
Hypothetically, if the scene calls for the firing of blanks, because we haven't had a lot of this testimony in trial yet, can you explain to the jurors what your understanding is about the difference in the different loads of blanks?
In my experience, the armor would tell us if we're using dummies or blanks, and if we're using blanks, which would make a noise in a flash, they would typically describe the power. Quarter load, half load, full load would give us some indication as to the potential danger with that particular firearm being used by the actor in that scene.
And let me stop you right there. You talked about the particular danger. Can blanks be dangerous on a movie set?
My understanding is they can, yes.
And are there is there certain safety gear that some crew members may use if there is going to be the firing of blanks in their immediate proximity?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what that would be in your experience?
Certainly. The very basic personal protective equipment we would use would at the very least be safety glasses and some form of hearing protection, pardon me. But sometimes it may be covering the camera operators that may be in jeopardy with special coats to deflect anything coming out of those firearms. We may protect the camera and the lens with special acrylics like Lexan bulletproof glass, essentially. So yes, we would take certain precautions.
Is that the reason that it's important for you to know what size blank is going to be used?
Yes.
And with regard to dummies, go ahead and continue to kind of walk us through how this would work.
So typically, depending on the firearms being used, in this case, it was a Western. So a lot of the firearms were older Western style 6 guns where you would see if the gun was potentially loaded or not. And sometimes that may simply mean loaded with a dummy round. So if the camera saw the front of the firearm, the audience would think that it was absolutely a loaded firearm. But the dummy rounds typically for us as the crew are different than the blanks in that they may appear as though they're a real bullet, but they would typically have a hole drilled in them, or the primer at the end that would ignite that bullet would be removed or already be pushed in. And then sometimes the dummies, depending on how they're being used in the film, you can't make holes in them. So what I guess the props people that make them put a little BB in there. So the armor can shake that dummy and you would hear a little BB rattle in there, and that's supposed to let us know that particular bullet.
It's such good testimony. It's so helpful.
So
the thing is,
is this the information
tying
that you would
it in
at a safety meeting?
We've heard a lot of this in bits and pieces.
Both at a safety meeting, and I believe some of this is stated in the
he's bringing it all the way around,
put out by IOTC.
And what is IOTC?
IOTC is the union most filmmakers belong to. It's International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees.
And do actors also belong to IOTC?
Typically, no.
Right?
Do they have their own union?
I believe they refer to it as a guild, but they would be the Screen Actors Guild is what the actors typically belong to, yes.
Is IOTC the union for crew members as opposed to cast?
It is, yes.
Okay.
That was leading, but now, nobody objected. So
the call sheet and the email and the safety bulletin that you've referred to, in your experience, who provides that to the cast and crew? Is it the armor?
No, that's generated by production. Someone in production would generate that and get it out to us in whether it's an email or given to us on set.
So Ms. Gutierrez wouldn't have been responsible for that?
Not with what I know.
And
No.
you indicated that in terms of safety meetings, the safety meetings are called by the assistant director and not the armorer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With regard to safety bulletins, was there a difference between
He
the way that
was
safety
on the
bulletins
set
were
of Rust,
handled on the set
Emily.
of Rust and the way that safety bulletins were handled on the other films you participated
Same.
in that had firearms and armorers?
Yes.
This is very helpful.
Tell us the difference.
So in those emails that I referred to earlier, it typically would say, please, it would ask us to please refer to the appropriate safety bulletins, and then they would list the number of that bulletin. And then in that email, I'd be able to click on a link if I so chose to review that bulletin. I don't recall any of those bulletins actually being attached to our emails during Rust.
You don't recall ever getting a single one?
I don't recall ever receiving a safety bulletin from Rust Productions. No.
Emily,
Let's jump to safety meetings.
channel your Dave Hall's rage.
On the
Just
other sets
take a deep
that
breath.
you worked
Like,
on that had guns and armorers, how frequently
I
would
need
a
a
safety
pickle.
meeting occur?
At least once a day, if not more frequently.
And on the set of Rust, how frequently did safety meetings occur?
Don't know that I was invited to more than one during our couple of weeks on Rust.
okay.
So for the entire 2 weeks, you are only aware of one safety meeting.
That's my recollection, yes.
And yet,
Okay, so we've talked about
the defense
safety
is going to get
bulletins
all into
and
that.
safety meetings. Go ahead and continue to
As
walk
they
us
should.
through, in your experience, the protocol of an armor with firearms.
In my experience, the armors are usually the, well, for lack of a better description, the most uptight and anal retentive people on set because they literally have people's lives in their hands.
They're like lawyers.
They don't joke
They
around.
say no.
They don't really have friendly conversations. They stick to themselves and focus on the task at hand. Most of them, in my experience, seem to be either former military or law enforcement and have some sort of
They sound like
background
coroners.
with firearms.
No sense of humor. All business.
Did you notice a difference then generally in terms of just the behavior, the general behavior on the movie set of the other armors you worked with as compared to Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
What was that?
She wasn't necessarily as
He hasn't identified
serious
her in
or
court.
professional as I'm accustomed to with the other armors that I've worked with.
What do you mean? Give us an example.
I recall walking by her cart a number of times
Can
and
you identify
firearms
her?
and or bandoliers or ammo belts being left out on the cart unsecured. I don't know that I've ever seen an armor pull loose ammo out of a fanny pack. Typically, my experience with armors is
What about
any
a
ammo
Mary
they
Kay
use,
bag?
blanks or dummies, comes out of some sort of container, whether it's a labeled box or some other plastic type ammo.
They didn't just have it like
container. So,
flying all over the place. Ooh, I saw
Now,
that.
in terms
That
of,
was nice.
you indicated that you would see firearms and gun belts unattended on the cart. Why was that? Why did that stand out to you?
it was out of the ordinary. Again, my experience is most of the firearms I've seen on set come out of some sort of locked bag, locked container. Some armors, depending on the show, have a whole wheel around cart with drawers that they can lock. A drawer that potentially has the individual actor's or character's name on that drawer.
Well, that would make sense.
So that character's props would live in that drawer under lock and key.
That makes sense.
Were the guns and gun belts laying out unattended on the prop cart, was that a safety concern for you?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed inappropriate and out of the ordinary.
He's like, it seemed kind of
that
lackadaisical.
those firearms weren't secured.
And why is it concerning that the firearms aren't secure?
I'm real uncomfortable with loose firearms on a set.
I don't know that they're completely under the armorer's control if they're not under lock and key.
He's not
And
wrong.
what's your understanding of whether those firearms that you saw unattended, were they fake guns or were they real guns?
My understanding, most of the prop firearms we had on Rust were actual working firearms. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, based on your experience,
It's got to be uncomfortable
just
for him
generally,
being in court with her.
what is the armorer responsible for?
Your Honor, again, this is expert testimony. He's a camera operator. He's asking to give expert testimony on what armor is.
Oh, Mr. Bowles,
He's
the
not-
jury.
sorry.
This is ba-
Mr. Bowles, the jury's not going to like that. Hogue, if it was a safety concern, why did you keep making the movie? They didn't. I think we're getting up to the point that the camera operators walked off set, because I think he's part of the camera crew that walked off set the day that this shooting happened. So we're going to get there. But Mr. Bowles, this witness, I like very much. I think, chat, you like him very much. So Mr. Bowles being like, this guy's not an expert. He's like, I've made more movies than you have. Mr. Bowles is doing his job. However,
based upon his personal experience only, and as long as it stays there, it's fine.
Go
yep.
ahead, sir.
If you don't mind, the question again, please.
What is your understanding, based on your experience, of the armorer's
His
responsibilities on
personal
a movie set?
experience.
To control and keep safe all firearms and ammunition on a given set.
Literally their job.
Okay. Go ahead and walk us through, if you will, what in your experience are the safety checks that take place
What have
when
you
an
seen?
armorer is bringing a firearm
So this
onto
is what has he
the set
seen?
for filming.
And as a camera operator, he would have seen it because
Typically,
he's there
the
operating
first
a camera.
AD, the first assistant director, would notify us that we're going to use firearms for a scene, whether they're loaded or not. They would say something about the fact that we're bringing something that's maybe not a rubber dummy, but an actual firearm
Don't they
onto
tell
set.
you if there's like a
And then
candle on
typically,
set on the call sheets? Don't you have a safety
the
meeting for fire?
Armorer would invite the first AD, the cast members involved, and any crew that would like to see both the firearm and the ammunition to see those safety checks, whether that's looking through the barrel, shaking those rounds we discussed, the dummy rounds to hear that BB, or explaining to us that the actor is going to fire X number of blanks and they're going to be of a certain power, and then
So
making
everyone can
sure
put on
that
safety
anybody
gear.
that's going to be in close proximity has the appropriate safety equipment they need, and they're prepared for that moment on camera.
So what you just described regarding the armorer showing the gun and allowing people to look down the barrel, why would that be important to crew members?
Because unfortunately, there have been accidents in the past where the barrels weren't
Clear.
cleaned in firearms, and a blank was fired, and
That is
whatever
on
debris
the
was
set
in
of the
that
Crow.
barrel injured or killed somebody on set.
And that was on the set of The Crow.
So
That was
with regard to
Brandon
your
Lee.
experiences with Miss Gutierrez, were the cast and crew ever invited to look down the barrel?
Not to my recollection.
And was that concerning to you?
It was.
Why?
CEG, everything
They call
I
them
just
safety
said.
checks for a reason, and we were moving through those instead of pausing to have those checks.
We were moving through them instead of
with
pausing to
regard
do them.
the sequence that
Wow.
you described where the armorer shows the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, and I want to be clear, in your experience, does the armorer hand you the dummy round or the blank so that you can shake it?
No, I'm not actually allowed to touch the firearms or ammo. So if a particular round was in question, we could ask for them to, show us that it is one type of round.
They
or
show
another.
you, but you know touching.
And with regard to dummies, how would the armorer do that?
Again, in my experience, the way the dummy rounds are manufactured, you would have one of potentially three indicators that it is not a live round. One being a hole drilled in potentially one side
Samantha,
or
I'll talk about
two
this
sides of the brass.
when we have a
So you'd
break.
actually see a hole. in the
There's a
bullet.
lot of reasons to do it, but we'll talk about that.
Sometimes
it's a great
the primer
comment,
is
so we can talk about
either
it.
already struck by something, or it's removed altogether. The primer being the end of the bullet, or they would shake them you'd hear like a rattle because there's a BB.
Oh, Hogue,
inside
I
that
agree with you.
brass
She should
or
have led with it.
case.
Who is the person responsible for shaking them for you or showing them to you?
I absolutely would
the
have led with
armor.
that.
And on the set of Rust, did Ms. Gutierrez do any of that?
Not that I recall.
There was no criminal case
In your
from the
experience
shooting on
on
the
other
set of The Crow
movies,
because it was an accident.
is the gun
didn't seem to be
when is the
negligent
gun
like this
loaded
is.
with the ammunition by the armor? And let me kind of make that more pointed.
Yeah,
Is that
less
something
compound.
that's done away in secret, or is that something that's done in front of cast and crew?
Bless you. No, in my experience,
If the judge
it
is
would
getting
be
sick, I'm not going to be okay.
within moments of that safety check where the cast and or crew are invited to see that firearm. They would then load that firearm knowing that we're about to roll the camera. Some armors, for reasons unknown to me, would in fact not even hand that firearm to the actor. They would actually place that firearm in the actor's holster and then indicate to the first assistant director.
Patagon
that
your
they're good to
jacket.
go,
I don't
and
think it's
then the
actually
assistant
orange,
director typically would call
but the
it
color that
back
comes
then.
out of court is difficult.
So the
It's
gun
probably
is
like a
generally, in
reddish,
your previous experience,
but
loaded with either
that's
the dummies or the
probably the
blanks right there
Patagonia
in front of
jacket he
cast and
likes.
Correct.
crew. Is that
He's
a
not on
practice that
trial.
Ms. Gutierrez followed?
Not to my recollection.
Do you recall ever watching her
He's probably also
or
very
taking note
nervous.
of her loading the gun in the presence of cast or crew?
I think there were a couple of times on set where we were doing these quick resets instead of cutting the camera, where she was put in a position to reload that as quickly as she could and hand it back to.
And
our
that goes
actors.
to the way
And when you say
production's
she was
working.
put in a position,
Yep,
who
that's
would
fair.
put her in that position?
In that particular instance, both the first assistant director that's in charge of safety and the actor producer, Alec Baldwin.
Oh,
And
Dave Halls and Alec Baldwin. Dave Halls and Alec Baldwin were the ones pushing between shots. Really?
with regard to your experience on other movies, have you ever seen an armorer slow down that pace so that they are not being rushed?
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever take any steps to slow those things down if she was being rushed?
Not that I ever saw.
What was Alec Baldwin's demeanor like on set towards this defendant? I would like to know. I'm not saying it doesn't mean that she doesn't have responsibility here. I
Just one moment.
have some more questions. But it's her job to be pushy.
Were you present for the filming of every scene that was filmed on the set of Rust during those 2 weeks?
I believe I was present for every scene, maybe not every take.
And when you say take, explain to the jurors what you're talking about.
The scene may require a couple of, each time we roll the
Luna,
camera and cut,
excellent
that would
point.
be considered one take. So depending
But is
on
that on
what
her or is that on production?
the director was wanting, or if the actors maybe weren't happy with their performance, we would potentially do multiple takes as we worked our way through the different angles of a scene. So it may be from one actor to the next. You know, we shoot one direction and do a couple of takes with one actor, and then change directions and perhaps a couple of takes with the next.
Natasha,
actor
that's really helpful input.
in
Thank
that same
you.
scene with them.
So with regard to the individual takes that were recorded,
I have a
were
lot
you
of rage
present
about
for
Dave Halls'
every
plea.
single take that was filmed?
I was not.
Approximately, if you can give us a percentage, what percentage of those individual takes were you present for?
I think it would be safe to say I was there for 95% or more of them.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to look at some questions. Is the main takeaway from the forensic experts today that Seth Kinney didn't provide the fired cartridge?
In
Seems to be.
terms of the way that you've experienced this on,
Or they
on
weren't
other
the
movie
same.
sets,
We'll see how they argue it.
how does the armorer behave with regard to if the armorer provides a gun to an actor?
Compound.
In your experience on other movie sets, does the armorer just walk away?
In my experience, the armor is never out of eyesight of whatever weapons.
Thank
or
you,
ammo
Virgo
they're in charge
22,
of.
for the gifted memberships.
Was that the case on the set of Rust?
It was not.
Describe to us what you saw on the set of Rust with regard to that particular issue, that being the armorer always staying within eyesight of
Lauren,
the
thank
gun.
you for that comment. Peggy, thank you for the gifted memberships.
I don't know that the armor was always within eyesight.
The glasses,
of
too.
the firearms being used on set.
Okay. And
Brandy Rose, a lot of you have asked about the hoodie. I think this one is universal standard. I'm not sure. It's either that or Target. It's one of the two. I will look.
do you recall being present on the set of Rust on a day where there were what I'm going to refer to as accidental discharges of guns.
Yes.
Can you describe the first accidental discharge that you recall?
We've actually gotten to what is going down on this set, and
I think the first one.
Wow. Good.
Was
let's get into it.
The prop master was loading or unloading.
And let me stop you. What's the prop master's name?
Sarah, I think her name was Sarah Zachary.
Okay.
Was her name.
For the record,
she was.
For the record, he still hasn't identified if he knows who Hannah Gutierrez Reed is or if he sees her in court. He still hasn't connected the person in court to the person on set, just saying.
We were outside of the character Rust's cabin, and I don't know if she was loading or unloading a handgun, but unannounced to any of the crew, that firearm discharged. So we consider that a negligent discharge.
And how did you know it discharged?
I was within feet of it, and she seemed pretty spooked when I turned around, and it appeared as though she had shot that firearm at her foot.
Why was the head of props, not the armorer, holding a fucking gun on a set, though? Also, Sarah Zachary has never been charged in this case.
Can you tell us, in your experience, in your opinion, what you think that gun was loaded with?
It made a bang, but it didn't. I don't know if there was a bullet or not, because I don't know.
He's like,
if
I
it
just
hit
heard
her
it.
foot. But it certainly made a loud noise that spooked us and the animals we had on set. I think we had a couple of horses on set, and again, it was unannounced, so it was a surprise to everybody that was around.
It shouldn't be happening.
Were you preparing to film a scene or a take at that time?
Yes.
Was it announced by anyone whether the guns were going to be loaded with dummies or blanks?
I don't think at that moment it had been, no.
Okay. So when that accidental discharge happened, what did it sound like?
A gun going off?
Like a gun getting fired? Yeah.
And you indicated that this accidental discharge occurred
Horses
because
love that.
gun was being loaded or unloaded by the prop master, Sarah Zachary. Is that right?
That's correct.
In your previous experiences on other movie sets with armorers, did you ever see the prop master loading and unloading the guns?
I've never seen that, no.
Because it should
And
never
can you
happen.
describe what the other accidental discharge was that happened?
So like I had stated, we were kind of outside the cabin we were using as
Sarah, which is
Harlan
why they're not
Rust's,
doing any of this.
cabin.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. Who's Harlan Rust?
Harlan Rust is the lead character in the movie, and that was played by Mr. Alec Baldwin.
Okay, please continue.
I believe it was Alec's stunt double, so somebody dressed up to look like Alec, was going to be firing either some sort of long gun. I don't remember if it was a lever action gun or a shotgun, something out of the window of the cabin towards, I think it was the law enforcement that were chasing him, that were starting to catch up with him. There was supposed to be a gun, some gunfire, and I believe that Hannah was prepping the stunt double in the cabin with that
agree
firearm,
about the horses, which is why none of this should
again,
happen.
unannounced to any of us outside the cabin, that firearm was discharged.
And what did it sound like?
A loud
A
gun
gunshot.
going off.
And if you can estimate, how much time passed between the first of these accidental discharges and the second?
My recollection is they were within an hour of one another.
What?
And in your
Sir,
experience
what?
on other movies with armorers, are accidental discharges common?
Sir.
Have you ever experienced
What?
an accidental discharge on another movie?
I don't know that I have.
Within an hour of each other.
Certainly.
Okay. All right, we're going to take our afternoon break. Please
Your
don't talk among
Honor!
yourselves.
Your Honor! We are just getting to whether this man has experienced accidental discharges on other movie sets. We're just getting to where the camera crew walks off set because it's not fucking safe. Your Honor!
Is there anyone else about the evidence received here in court? We'll start again at 2:45.
I don't want to take a break. All right. I don't want to take a break. All right, let's fast forward. I'm going to answer some questions. I don't want to take a break. Nanner in the chat says the tea is boiling. Do not stop. I know. Your Honor, please. Please. I don't need. No, they are on Mountain Time. So I'm gonna wait till the jury leaves and then I'll zoom. I'm gonna answer some questions. But I feel like I've been left on a cliffhanger.
2:45 on time.
I keep referring to this movie with like Titanic references. Like there were 2 accidental discharges on set. The armor cart was a mess. And yet they were like full steam ahead because it feels that way. And when he was calling it the fateful day on set, I felt that. And when you guys listen to this week's Emily Show podcast, you're going to hear more about the Titanic in an unexpected way. Oh, we have 5 minutes. Not only are we caught up to live time, but we have like 5 minutes. All right, let's get to some questions from you, amazing law nerds. And I will... 2 breaks within an hour. No, I was zooming. They took a lunch break, but this is really, maybe they're 45 minutes into court and they're taking a break. I don't know. Maybe the judge saw that the jury needed a break. Maybe the judge needed a break. Maybe somebody flagged that they needed a break. But we were like, we were in the like, can we get to the good part? We were just getting to the good part of trial. Well, we've laid the foundation. We've had the scientific experts. Now we're getting to the tea of what was going on set. And we took a break. So great witness. Oh, I see JB in the chat. Hello, JB. Anything big today that I missed? We had a lot of scientific experts, DNA, fingerprints. The gun expert this morning was amusing. We learned that the gun expert broke the gun by striking it repeatedly with a mallet, and that the gun has multiple positions. The at-rest position. Chat, do you want to tell JB about the rest of the positions of the gun? There is the half cock and the full cock and the quarter cock. It was a lot this morning. It was a lot. But this afternoon, we're just getting into the camera grip for the A camera, who was on set when all of this happened. So he was just talking about Sarah Zachary, the prop master, having 2 accidental discharges on set with the weapon within like an hour of each other. And there were horses on set. It was accidental discharges towards her foot. He described the prop master as spooked when the gun went off. The prop master never should have been holding the gun. So we're just getting into what's happening that day before camera operators walk off set. So this witness is a really, really good witness. And we're just starting to learn quite a lot about the set, which is probably why the defense, the more the information's bad, the more objections you're going to see. And that's where we're at. April, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Accidental discharge interruptions. I know this was like a premature accidental discharge. The judge is like, what we need now is a break. And we're all just like, no, do not take a break right now, Your Honor. What are you killing me? I really wish, and Hogue was saying this in the chat earlier, I wish that when the prosecutor said, where were you working at this time? And he was like, I was on the set of a little film named Rust. What was the last day you worked on the set of the film Rust? It would have been October 20th, because that's when they walked off set, not the day of the shooting, October 21st. And I hoped that she would get into, and why did you leave the set of Rust? Was your job done? No, we walked off over safety concerns. And then I would have backed up, because then the jury would have been like, oh, you were that worried. Now let's hear about it. So that's probably what I would have done too. Slick said Crow was a bad dummy round, no powder, live primer, trigger pulled, primer and powder residue, bullet barrel. It got stuck. So we know that about the Crow, but thank you for more detail about it. EDB, I love my new cup. This was a gift. Thank you. You are welcome. Aren't they fun? Oh, JB, text me. I would love to send you a cup if you want to text me where to send it. I think I texted you Nast. You don't have to, but I'm happy to send it to the station if you want me to. When I deliver my car to set to be driven by a pro, I have to attend the safety meeting first. Nobody died on our shows. Tamara, exactly. And Dave Halls wasn't doing that on this set. They were never having safety meetings, and there are multiple emails complaining about it. It's wild. Samantha says it's very ridiculous. They sidebar so much. Oh, Samantha, this was a great comment. I wanted to get back to it. Like, why can't you argue your objections out loud? Here's why they can't argue their objections out loud. Sometimes when you're arguing things that might not come in as evidence. And once the jury hears that, you can't unring the bell. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't put the shit back in the horse, which is my preferred phrase. Once the jury hears it, it could bias them or predispose them to be like, oh, what else do you have to say? Even if the judge rules the evidence doesn't come in. So it can be very prejudicial. And we absolutely see lawyers taking advantage of that to argue things they want the jury to hear. And so judges will shut it down and go sidebar. Sometimes this prosecutor has asked to go sidebar to avoid that from happening. I think the caution is better in a criminal trial. But we saw this very fluidly. Wait, what happened? My feed just changed. Give me 1 second. We saw this happen very fluidly in the Depp v. Heard case. There was quite a lot of arguing until the judge pulled them up to sidebar. Civil cases are a little bit different. The way they're going to be handled by the lawyers is a little bit different. So that's what it is. You know what? I think I'm going to stay with the feed we were on because I appreciate the closed captioning. Sorry. As I'm doing behind the scene things, court will be back now. Court should be back now. So they did a lot. Depp v. Heard, they did so many talking objections. And some courts will say no speaking objections, which means what you are supposed to do as a lawyer is say objection, hearsay, objection, lacks foundation, objection, calls for speculation. You give the objection and the name. And then if the court wants to hear shit from you, they will call you up and ask you to explain. Jen B said, the Emmy I worked with when I was a paramedic had a great sense of humor. Every time you asked him how's business, he replied, dead. Some Emmys do have a great sense of humor. Most of the Emmys that I interacted with were very, very scientific and very clinical. They weren't always, laughing. It was kind of like joking to a dead audience. But the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office did have a gift shop at the coroner's office. So I think they have since closed it down, but you could get like body chalk outline beach towels and stuff like that. It was absolutely wild. AC said, how is pressure to do their job in an unsafe way different than a casting couch pressure? Genuine question regarding industry blackmail. AC, I might be able to circle back to this after trial. Right now, it's difficult for me because she was under quite a lot of pressure, but she had a very important job. But I don't know. I appreciate the question. I don't know the answer to your question. At the end of the day, Hannah Gutierrez took actions that belied her job. She was responsible for safety on set. And though her supervisors might have pressured her and not given her enough time to do her job, she still didn't do her job. And she is going to end up paying for that in some way, I think. But we will see. I would argue that her being tried for this is paying for it. But AC, it's a very fair question. At what point does the external pressure override one's personal responsibility? And that in a criminal prosecution, that's an interesting balance. Robbie said, question, a dead audience, pun intended. Yes, pun intended. Yes, pun intended. So it's really hard. The first AD was tremendously experienced. It's very frustrating to me that he is not getting treated in the same way that Hannah Gutierrez Reed is, and that and that Alec Baldwin is. However you feel about Baldwin, first AD Dave Halls, I have feelings. The first AD was the one in charge of safety. Hannah Gutierrez Reed was in charge of the gun. But the first AD was in charge of safety and wasn't taking safety protocols and also wasn't protecting Hannah Gutierrez Reed. So if she is wrong, he is wrong. And he got 6 months and he's testifying against everybody. So if they're going to send her to prison, he's also a problem. So it really the plea deal really, really frustrates me. Shiraz says, does anyone see televised photo of the shirt Helena was wearing broadcast? If not, that could have been what the Kerfuffle Friday centered on. It got published in the UK in the New York Post. No, it was on screen. The exhibit was published. The court allowed the exhibit to be published. We saw it on screen. It wasn't on screen a lot, but we saw it. Are they saying that the gun had a squib load? I'm late to the party. No. The gun, no. The weapon that killed Helena, if I keep saying the gun, I'm going to keep triggering myself to sing Chicago. The round that was in the gun that was shot by Alec Baldwin that killed Helena Hutchins was a live round. Liz said, question, so Helena Hutchins supposed to wear a bulletproof vest or some kind for the scene they were blocking? No. Even if they weren't filming, no. But protective earwear and things like that, but no, not a vest like that. But earwear and stuff, if they were going to shoot blanks, they all would have had ear protection. And it's one of the things that those immediately in the church commented on, and we know that from the civil lawsuits. Script supervisor Mamie Mitchell was inside the church and has a civil lawsuit. Sergei Sventnoy was one of the boom grips. In his civil lawsuit, he mentioned it. Both of them mentioned how loud the gunshot was. And at least, and I think Sergei's, he mentioned that not only was it loud, but he suspected it might be a live round because of how loud it was, and no one had ear protection on. And so there was not supposed to be anything, not even blanks loaded in that weapon to block out the scene. Nobody was prepared for that happening in the scene. Liz said, I literally want to scream at them all. Why don't you try standing up to Alec Baldwin? It's not an excuse, but he's a very high status actor with a lot of power. That's not easy in my opinion. It's not easy in my opinion either. And we will see what the jury decides. And the jury might reluctantly say, yeah, this was her job. But whether, and we got asked this on the morning stream, whether it will be argued in mitigation, we will see. While the court is on what seems to be an extended break, I'm going to take this moment to be a YouTuber. So first, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Second, if you want to stay in the loop with when I start, when the podcast comes out, all of the things, lawnerd.com, free app, iOS, Android. I built it for you to notify you when things are happening in court so that if you have like adulting things to do, you don't miss Sarah Zachary's testimony. You don't miss the testimony of Seth Kinney and the others that will come testify in this case. So absolutely go download the Lawnerd app, subscribe to the channel. Those will keep you in the loop the best. Let's see. Oh, my evil robot vacuum is banging outside my door. They hired her because she was inexperienced and they knew an experienced armorer would have slowed down the filming greatly. They might have. Let's see. Someone said, look at Pacer because co-counsel might have withdrawn. I will pull court documents when court resumes in session. I feel Hannah Gutierrez felt pressure to keep up with what production wanted. I think her lack of experience didn't give her the confidence to walk. Should that be criminal? I don't know. Tough case. Brianna, I absolutely think this is a tough case. I 100% think this is a tough case. And you know what? If court's not back yet, maybe we'll just look it up now. I 100% think it's a tough case and it's going to come up because it's still her job. But I understand what it was like working at 24 years old and I'm looking at my boss going, what are we doing? Seth Kinney from PDQ Arm and Prop was also supposed to be on her side. He was supposed to be kind of her supervising armorer. It seemed that she was texting him for help and he was just like, you have to suck it up and just do it, which is so toxic in workplace environments. But does it surprise you? Like how many of you have been told in a workplace when you've raised a red flag, either you're a problem and you're going to get fired, you're never going to work in XYZ job again, or you need to suck it up. That's just how it is here and no one complains. I saw this at the DA's office all the time, a bunch of grown ass, powerful ass attorneys that put up with some workplace shit that you would not even believe. Because it was like, I don't want to lose my entire career. So power dynamics are tough. And I am very empathetic to that. Hollywood is like, I think the epitome of a toxic workplace culture, right? People are pushed beyond their limits. It's why IATSE is so needed. I was I did an interview on the channel with my friend Scott White, who played Gunnar Stahl in The Mighty Ducks. He voices a lot of Sims characters amongst other amazing things that he does, music and the rest of it. But we were talking about the protections of the different unions or the guild, what was done on set when he needed to be on set with horses. He's filmed a Western kind of in the low budget sense like Rust was. So that interview's up on the channel. It's old, but if you search Scott White, you'll find it. And we were talking about all the things that were required on set and how different this set absolutely was. Chat, I love seeing you guys. Let me pull up these court documents real quick. We're going to take another stretch break just because I need the music to keep me on task, or I'm going to get distracted. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the link. I'm looking for my link. Emily, get your link. See if there's a court document. EDB, do you think they'll call Baldwin and Eccles as a witness? Baldwin, no. Baldwin has a Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate himself. He'll be tried in July. So because his trial would be coming up in July, he will not be called. I don't know if Jensen will be called. I didn't see him on the witness list, but I can look again. February 25th, 2024. Entry of appearance. Let's take a look. Somebody was mentioning something earlier. Let's see. State of New Mexico, entry of appearance, the law offices of Monica L. Barrias hereby enters its appearance in the above caption matter as co-counsel for defendant Hannah Gutierrez. Counsel respectfully requests that all pleadings and correspondence be directed to undersigned counsel. This, I think, is just the counsel that cross-examined the witness today, but I don't see any court documents saying any of the other attorneys are going anywhere. So I don't know if they are. I don't know if they will. But what I do know is this court has now gone 10 minutes over the break when they're just like, what I need you to do is be back right on time. So if there's other news, I know the mods will keep an eye on it and keep me apprised. Eccles is on the defense witness list. I'll take a look. So I will. I don't know if I pulled the defense witness list yet, but I'll take a look. What did I say? But aren't plea deals often such as to leave us frustrated? That's very fair. Plea deals can leave us frustrated. I mean, when I was the DA making the plea deals, I often was like, this is the only option that makes perfect sense. And now I'm just like, WTF, I hate this so much. It's like when I watch sidebars. I hate not being on that side, but I'll pull the defense. Hold on, let me pull the defense witness list real quick. It's right here. We're on the website, might as well. Since it seems they're not coming back. Defense supplemental expert list. Defense, let's see. Subpoena to Theo Reed. It's going to take me a second to find the defense witness list. Defense third supplemental witness list and expert witness list for trial. All right, let's take a look. Hold on. I'm not going to pull this up on screen because the last one I had, they didn't redact. So Theo Reed is on the defense witness list. Gabrielle Pickle, who was on set, Sarah Zachary, Seth Kinney, Dave Halls, Daniel Trujillo, Colin Flume, Reed Russell, Mamie Mitchell, the script supervisor. A lot of these are overlapping. Ross Addiego, the witness who just testified, John Zilio, Joel Souza, who's on the state's list as well, Carolyn Schaefer, Sergei Svetnoy, Ryan Wistron, Zachariah Sneesby, and expert witnesses. Yeah, no Jensen on that. That is their, I think, final witness list filed by Mr. Bowles. Maxi Mama, what time is court back? 10 minutes ago? But they're not. So court's running on EDB time? I don't know if Danny Trejo was on this set, but if he is, I'm gonna be real excited about it if it's the same one. I didn't even look at the address. Let me look and see if it's a care of a law office or an agent and see if we can tell. I mean, I don't know if it's the same Danny Trejo. I don't know. Daniel Joseph. Nope, Trujillo. I read it wrong. That's me. Trujillo. Not Trejo. Trujillo. If I said it wrong, that's on me. Trujillo. And this looks like a address. So these are not redacted. All of those should have been redacted. So that's all I see is the entry of appearance for the attorney. And I think that's the attorney that was on the record today. Court's still not back. We're gonna answer questions, and you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put on our StreamYard music. I'm a StreamYard partner. Because I've been streaming on StreamYard since I started. I've been streaming on StreamYard since I started streaming on YouTube. But I love that we have some background music. My brain needs it this afternoon. Y'all's probably does too. We're gonna talk through it. Let's answer questions until we're done. EDB, where'd you get your top? Either Universal Standard or Target. You guys are saying Court is back. Court is not back on my TV. My Court is not back. Oh. If you guys start saying Judge is back in the chat, I'm gonna have trial flashbacks. We'll put the ooh. We had some movement. Sabrina said, I don't want to blame Hannah, but if my job was like this, I would quit before the death. And that is what it seems the camera operators did. Production, Dave, Sarah, Seth, and Alec are all responsible too. A lot of people have hand in responsibility. It doesn't necessarily limit her responsibility for her own actions. It might make some of those actions more understandable. Like, how did this happen? Well, this is how that happened. Runkle, please give us the tea. We must know what happened Friday. I heard that Rob learned what the name of the phone was. But Runkle, if there's other tea, you know where to ping me, sir. But if you're saving the tea for this afternoon, that's fine. Tease the tea. Hard to believe they were so unsafe and no one stepped up and said anything. They did. There were emails to production. There were demands on production, and the camera crew walked off set. I have to believe a 24-year-old girl was no match for an ass like Alec Baldwin. I think that's part of it. Emily, how is it decided to involve the FBI? A lot of it will depend on laboratory testing procedures. Oh, what is going on now? Is she telling them, why are you all late? You know who I don't see? And this was brought up this morning. Somebody said in the chat this morning that Mr. Bouillon was no longer on the defense team. I have not seen him today. And the other attorney is now up at sidebar. I don't know if there's tea to that or not, but I don't know.
I can't do anything about the temperature, whether.
Monica used to be a lawyer at Bull's firm and then went out on her own.
Probably hot.
Well, they know each other. The temperature sucks in court. Shocking.
Cold.
Andrea said, EDB, thanks to you. After 53 years, I finally realized I have ADHD off the charts. My life makes so much more sense now.
Yes.
All right.
Here's for learning about yourself,
Mr. Addiego,
no matter what age.
Mr. Addiego, I
never
think
too
that when
late.
we broke, you had just finished describing the accidental discharges to us.
Yep,
In
and we're
your
back.
experience in the film industry
And
and
we're back.
your opinion,
Ooh, thanks,
who is
Uncle.
responsible for accidental discharges on a movie set?
Let me turn off my music.
I'm gonna object again. His opinion is he's not an expert. He has no idea.
In your
We don't know what
experience.
set's being talked about.
He's not being tendered as an expert.
Then stop asking him his opinion. If he's not being tendered as an expert, his opinion doesn't mean shit. What he saw and what he's experienced does. So if he's not being tendered as an expert, I'm just saying. Runkle, I got your message. That's what the chat said earlier today. I don't know where that story is reported, but that's what the chat said earlier today. Also, if the lawyers on this trial are in fact watching court TV, my question would have to be, and chat did bring this up on the morning stream, why aren't they watching EDB? We have like 4 times the amount of live concurrent viewers. Oh, Emily, don't be bitter. It's because the court keeps saying what's going on court TV. They were probably trying to monitor it because they were told that's where their info got doxed. So, you know, what can we do? EDB, did we decide who the judge most resembles? I maintain Sherry O'Terry. Sherry O'Terry has been a very, very popular one for who the judge resembles. The Winged Hedgehog said, thank you for the company. Love from the sad Middle East. Love to you. Stay safe. Dark Side said, do you think someone will bring up the movie The Crow? They already have. I mean, they have not said the word The Crow, but they have brought up the incident. Carolina said she is the Dr. Curry of DNA. We should have asked her if you can leave DNA on muffins. Like she said, all the different surfaces. We didn't ask about muffins. Any idea if armorers are typically compensated well? No idea, but Hannah was not a union armorer. I imagine she was not getting paid very much for this movie. What is going on? The witness is digging in his pocket.
Now I'm hearing things. I apologize.
Is
Mr.
it Court
Addiego,
TV?
do you recall the question that was asked? You've
No!
been permitted to answer.
No one recalls the question.
If you don't mind asking.
What the fuck did you
In
even
your
ask and
experience and
when?
in your opinion, working in the film industry,
Oh, there was an objection.
what member of the crew is responsible for an accidental discharge?
Well, the armor is the only one touching
I
the
would say
gun.
first and foremost, the armor.
All right.
I didn't know that. I did not notice that, Vanessa.
Did the accidental discharges that you described cause you concern?
Yes,
Have fun with your contract.
Did you articulate that concern to anyone on set?
I did.
Who?
Both the first AD and his second in command on set, the second AD.
There's a second
And when you
AD.
say the first AD,
What makes the
who are you
second
referring
AD
to?
second?
Dave
Second.
Halls.
And what did you say to Mr. Halls?
I don't recall my exact words to Mr. Hall, but I expressed my frustration and anger with the fact that safety seemed to be secondary.
I'd be mad too.
The production clock.
And without saying what Mr. Halls said,
Because that would be hearsay.
was Mr. Halls responsive to your concerns?
Mr. Halls ignored me and walked away.
And what did you do then?
I went to his second, Anne. I don't recall Anne's last name.
Did you curse at him at all? Because I want to curse at him.
My anger and frustration, and asked that this be put on the production report. So
You're right,
What's a
sir.
production report?
the production report is
I'm a big Ross fan
essentially
today.
the diary of everything that happens.
He's like, put it in the book.
Throughout
Put it in the book.
production on the film set.
The book.
Do you know whether or not this was ever included in the production report?
I do not.
Thank you.
I feel Ross's frustration, and I feel like he's trying to use his court words and not his Ross words, because I imagine Ross would be so mad. Sweet and salty. I think Dave Hall should be on trial too. I think they got so enamored with getting Baldwin that they didn't look at the chain of culpability, and it really,
I'm gonna
really
take you
pisses me
to,
off.
the
Jess, we went over that a
morning
few minutes
of
ago.
October 21st,
Thank you.
2021. Were you working on set that day?
I was.
And approximately what time do you think you arrived on set?
Pretty early. I believe our call was between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Everyone who works in Hollywood is
And what does
horrified.
that mean, your call?
Everyone's like, what is happening
So
on
on
this
that
set?
call sheet we've discussed, those emails would tell me specifically what time my department requires my presence on the set for each day. So that would be my call time for the day.
And when you arrived on set,
Mason Halls was allowed a
did
plea
anything
deal.
unusual happen?
Yes.
What was that?
The camera department had decided to leave the show due to safety concerns and some other concerns they had.
I think we're going to find out.
And if you can describe for the jurors what effect that had on the production and filming that day.
I would say it threw us into more of a state of chaos than we already were on that film that day.
Okay, so let's back up. You said it threw you into more of a state of chaos. Generally speaking, what was the state of speed,
I'm holding on to a lot of your
in
questions till we get
terms
to a
of
break.
chaoticness or not on this movie set generally?
I mean, at times we would, well, I guess we'd say we were moving at ludicrous speeds, that we've
Breakneck
just
pace.
trying to race the production clock because we understood that we had a finite amount of time to complete a very ambitious schedule. So we seem to always be rushed and under the gun to get stuff done and move on.
Is there a saying in the film industry, something about making your day?
Yes.
What does it mean in the film industry to make your day?
Like, make
so if we
my
know that
day.
on that call sheet
No?
we've been given that there are, for example, 4 scenes and production's budgeted 12 hours to complete that work in a day. If we complete that, we've made our day. Otherwise, production has to figure out where else to schedule that work to be completed.
I never
Why
make my
is
day.
Making
Ever.
your day or
My
not
to-do
making
list
your
sucks,
day
and I am very
problematic on a
ADHD.
film set?
Problematic in my life.
My understanding of Rust Productions is they were
He's trying to be
budgetarily
judicious.
restricted to the number of days.
They were being cheap.
Deals happen that I'm not aware of that are not privy to me. We had, Helena and I discussed having probably a few less days than we needed to actually complete their ambitious schedule in an appropriate manner with 2 cameras.
Okay, so you didn't have enough time.
In a nutshell, we certainly didn't have enough time to do what was being asked.
So you indicated that the camera crew walking off created more of a chaotic environment. Can you give the jurors a little bit more of a description about how not having them there was affecting things? And were they replaced?
Well, yes, they were replaced. So on most projects, but certainly on a small project where you're moving that fast, we all count on each other and become close in that short amount of time. And so the camera department had counted on me, and I had counted on them, and knew that I could trust them. And Helena had handpicked us all to make up her
And that feels
crew.
special.
So when suddenly, I think it was roughly 6 people of that crew decided to leave, that was certainly a disruptive thing. And I think we soon learned that their replacements weren't as qualified as they were.
The replacements,
and also they only replaced one of the camera teams. So it also meant to me that this schedule is going to get much more intense because we now have half the equipment to do the same amount of work.
I want to just get an idea from you in the days of filming leading up to the 21st. Is it typical for the director of photography to be operating an actual camera?
Not typically, no. They hire an appropriate number of operators based on the cameras they have.
Where does the director of photography usually spend his or her time during filming?
Mostly on set with the crew and the cast. Occasionally they will go to what we would refer to as like the video village, which is where the monitors are set up for the producers, the writer, or maybe cast members that aren't involved in the scene.
Sir, is it like that scene in Notting Hill where Hugh Grant is
so the 6 people
watching
that left,
and people are
how
just
many
chatting
people came in to replace
and then his feelings
them?
got hurt? Is it like that?
My recollection is
it does sound like
2
he
to
didn't
3.
walk off.
Okay.
It sounds like the camera operators walked off, but the dolly grip did not walk off. I'm gonna just move this down.
Did
a little.
you have any discussions
I
with
think that's easier for me to see. Hopefully
Mr.
that's easier for you
Souza
all
or
to
Ms.
see.
Hutchins about making that day?
Yes.
And without saying what
Yeah,
they
it
said,
seems like he's mad.
what was your part
for
of
sure.
that conversation?
I think they were both concerned that that potentially would, prevent us from completing that day, maybe even completing the movie. So I just tried to reassure them that the operator that stayed and I would, get them through the day, that we would, continue on and try to continue making the best film we could with the resources we were provided.
Or lack thereof.
So you indicated one operator stayed. Is that a camera operator?
Correct.
And what was that person's name?
Reed Russell.
Thank you. So what was the first scene that you all were
I know we're
filming
going much slower
on
now.
October 21st? Just describe it to us generally. It doesn't have to be huge.
Yeah. I believe it was a couple of the lawmen riding into this Western town where we were filming.
Played by who?
With some kids, and it's supposed to be an average morning in a Western town, whatever that is. So people going about their day. I think we had some animals on set, and I think it was the lawmen ride into town in pursuit of Harlan Rust.
And when you say you had some animals on set, what kind of animals would you have on this movie set?
Horses.
Well, certainly the lawmen rode in on horseback, and I think we had some just kind of farm type livestock. Every day it kind of changed a little bit. There may have been some chickens and goats
really
and cows.
upset about how this went.
There may have been other
Miss
horses.
Mia, there were
just
kids on set.
tied
One
up
of the
as,
main
prop
characters was a
horses.
child.
Again, this was supposed to resemble
Yep.
a lively, working Western town.
In terms of those animals, are there specific crew members that are put in charge of managing and caring for those animals?
Yes.
Is there a name for those people?
They're typically called animal wranglers.
Okay.
It's the
And were there
coolest
animal
name.
wranglers employed on this movie set?
My recollection is there was a number of them, yes.
Okay. So
I want to pet the
were
horses,
you all
Runkle.
able to complete the filming of that scene with the children and the animals?
As far as I recall, we had completed that scene.
Do you recall, was there gunfire in that scene?
With the children and the
I
animals?
don't recall.
Okay.
I know.
And we don't want you to assume.
No, the lawmen that rode into town were certainly armed as lawmen, but I don't recall any gunfire in that scene.
Okay, there wasn't a scene that required shootouts and blanks and stuff like that?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. And what then was the next scene that you all were going to be filming on that day?
I believe we moved to the church upon completion of that scene.
And what was your understanding?
We're going to now get
of
into the lead up to the
scene that was
to the shooting.
to be filmed and perhaps was indeed filmed inside the church?
The
that
witnesses
morning?
so far said that the cameras were not rolling when the
that,
shooting happened.
That part of
ma'am.
the story we were filming that day was, I think at that point in the story, Harlan Rust had been injured in one of the previous shootouts, story-wise, and
He's a great narrator of what happened.
Finds this church or happens upon this church, so he knows he's being pursued by the law. And I think it was story-wise that he goes to essentially hide in the church and hope that in the hopes that he gets the draw on the lawmen when they enter the church. Kind of a last stand, if you will.
And
cue the music from like
was
Gunsmoke.
that scene actually filmed prior to the lunch hour that day?
Pieces of it.
Pieces of it were. Okay. And have you had an opportunity to see those short clips?
I think I saw one piece of that footage, yes, that was covered with the Steadicam.
Okay, because this isn't the first time you've met me.
It's not.
Okay. So I think that we have a stipulation to, let's start with States Exhibit 112, if you can help me, Mr. Bowe.
Monty, this is a great comment in a Teams meeting with my boss, and during screen share, I see he has Runkle of the Bailey's last Russ video pulled up. I was tickled. Monty B, you clearly work in an excellent workplace. EDB, petting horses is great therapy. I know we've got horses near where I live, and the neighbors are so kind that they don't mind when we go out and pet the horses. Of course, when the horses want to walk over to us and say hello. I was actually a horseback riding director at a Girl Scout camp back in the day. All right. I am going to be gifting memberships on stream in just a little bit because we are well into the afternoon. So make sure you have membership gifting turned on if you can, for those of you that are new here this afternoon.
For the court to admit States Exhibit.
I owe y'all
112
some more
and
memberships.
permission to publish.
Hall Steel gives me feelings. Spicy smashy ones. Same, like Hulk smashy ones. OBG Foster asked a great question. Can testimony under oath be considered cause for further actions? It really does depend on whether you've been granted immunity, on if it's a person testifying, if it's new information coming up.
I'm back to my Apple computer. These are short clips. Hopefully it won't freeze. Fingers crossed.
Okay.
Do you see what's on your screen there, Mr. Addiego?
All right, I'm going to make myself wee.
And can you, what is this thing
This is inside the
that we
church on
see
Rust.
before these movie takes? What's the information on that, and what's it called?
That would be considered the sound slate. So it's a slate provided by the sound department that is used in editing, and the script supervisor also uses it to keep track of scenes and takes.
Alec and his attorneys are allowed to watch this.
Does it tell
Absolutely.
you the scene and the take? What's the handwritten stuff at the top?
No exclusion
that
on
looks like it
them.
says 26 and 118B1. Do you know what that means?
I like this witness a
Mostly,
lot.
so I
This has
can
been
tell you that, of
interesting,
course, it has
which is
the title
helpful.
Rust. It tells you on the left corner the director's name, Joel Souza, and on the bottom right, it has the director of photography's name, Helena Hutchins. And then it signifies that that it's the A camera.
And it looks, is it digital?
And I don't.
Looks digital.
Is it A or is it B?
It appears to be a red A.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
would be
Sorry.
the A camera. And then it looks like on the
Murph
top right
knows
corner, that
things.
would be take number 1. And the other numbers typically would be a scene number. So it potentially is scene 26. And then I think 118B would be the note the script supervisor uses for the editors and the
So you
writers.
guys, I'm
and
just going to
that stuff I
note
don't
one
really
more
get involved
time.
with.
Make
And
sure
who
you're
is the script
subscribed if
supervisor
you
for
would like
this film?
to get a
Mimi
Mimi Mitchell.
Supervisor
It's
was,
Mimi Mitchell.
Mimi Mitchell, I believe was her last name.
Okay.
You're right.
And what
I've
is-
read her civil suit.
Is that the time? What numbers
Make sure
are
you're
we seeing
subscribed
there in
because you
red?
can't
Time
membership gifting
code,
turned on.
and
you can't
depending
have a
on
branded
how
account.
The sound mixer and production wants to keep track of that. Sometimes it's elapsed time. So if we started at 6 a.m. and we're 6 hours into the day, it would show you, that it's 6.00. Sometimes it's
Yes, I'm
date
very
and
triggered by
time,
making my
and
day.
I'm not, again, I don't often deal with the details of the slate.
Kelly D,
Those numbers
congratulations.
are generated by the sound department
Okay.
and fed to the camera.
And this scene is taking place where?
This is it appears to be the church on Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Okay, leap of
Arga.
faith. We're going to press play and hope we don't have any technical difficulties.
All right. I'm going to move myself.
Let's try that again.
This is what is being filmed before lunch.
We don't have any sound.
No, you don't. You don't have anywhere the audio is going out to. This is being
Give me
filmed.
just one moment.
This is being filmed before lunch. You've got to have the audio hooked up to speakers, ma'am.
Hang on just just a second.
Oh yeah, we definitely don't want to see what's on your laptop screen. Emily, you should do a live reaction of Jensen's police interview like Runkle and Vice did. I will I'll consider it. I do a lot of my reacts content in our members only spaces, so I will consider doing that after this trial is over. Mama One said, glad to be here today. Mom was in remission for lung cancer, now in liver, possibly brain. I'm so sorry. She's in Florida, me in Texas, sisters in Indianapolis or Indiana. I'm trying to stay distracted so anxiety doesn't take over. Thank you for your commentary. Love you, Mama One. Hang in there. That is a very difficult thing to go through. And if you need to giggle, the morning stream is a problem. Pamela the Camel said Karen Reed trial got pushed back to at least April 16th. I'll need to look. I thought it was really sus that the judge didn't allow for the continuance earlier, but April works well for us. May's going to get a little dicey. Like June is going to be tough. And then we've got Baldwin again in July. Like our year is booked. We're booked and busy.
Let Mr. Lewis try to sort out this
technical
issue.
difficulties.
Continue with your testimony.
Lacey
We'll
said
come
the
back
scream
to
I
it,
scrumped when I
as
saw
soon
the
as we're
beautiful
ready. Go
purple
ahead.
box with my tumbler.
He can
My
put it on
office
that.
knew I had my prize. Congratulations.
He's going to need it.
Can you figure out the audio?
I apologize for that.
What's your audio output though? Can we chat? We still don't have a trial date for Koberger.
The scene
So yes, in
that
2025.
was being filmed
I plan to.
prior to the lunch hour that we're working up to showing. Describe what this scene was supposed to be. What was your understanding of what was going to be filmed?
I'm not going to cover Daybell.
That Harlan Rust was
I will
going
cover
to be
Reed.
laying wait in this church for the lawmen that he knew were pursuing him, and I think at this point in the story, rapidly catching up to him.
I'm sorry. With regard to firearms,
He's talking about
what was your understanding about what, if any, firearms were going to be present and used during the filming of that scene?
What I understood was that we were going to finish the piece we started looking at, where it's the Harlan Rust's reaction to the lawmen coming in. And
I don't know if we're ever going to see this movie being
we were
made.
going to
So.
film one more piece that we would
Spoilers
refer
is
to
gonna
as an
happen.
ECU, an extreme close-up, where you see Harlan Rust contemplating pulling his gun or not, kind of rubbing his hands, and then he starts to draw the firearm. My understanding is once we had that piece filmed, we were going to do what we would call a turnaround. So we'd then be filming from behind Harlan Rust, Alec Baldwin, seeing the I think it was 2 lawmen come into the church, and then the shootout would ensue from there.
So
It did resume
during the
filming. I just
scene
don't know
in
if
the
it did
morning, was
finish.
Mr. Baldwin armed with his prop gun?
Yes.
And what was your understanding about whether that was a real
So good
gun
luck
or
on the
a
memberships and
replica,
congrats to those who get them.
meaning a rubber gun or plastic
Thank you for
gun?
being law nerds.
My understanding is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to use his, what we refer to as his hero props. So I understood it to be a real
He needed his cape. He needed his
cold gun.
He needed
at
to
that
feel.
And when you say cold gun,
Hero
explain to the
props.
jurors what you mean.
Cold gun would indicate that the armor and potentially first AD had deemed that weapon safe to be used on set. Cold referring to the fact that the trigger could be pulled and nothing would happen.
For all of you
Did
giving
you
love to
know
this guy in the
whether
chat, I
the
like this
gun
witness
in the
a lot
morning
too.
was,
I like him a lot.
whether it had dummies in it or whether
Can he
it
get
was
in
just
trouble for
empty?
revealing plot details? No, this is all
I
in
don't
all
know.
the legal filings.
Okay.
That shit's well out of the horse.
So how did
And I think this also might be based on a book. So
did you see
Not an issue.
for the morning session who brought Mr. Baldwin the gun?
I did not.
And how did that morning session inside the church go? Was it relatively uneventful? How was it?
I mean, other than the previously stated kind of state of rushed chaos we were in, I would say yes, mostly uneventful.
And then when you had completed those couple of takes that we're going to show here shortly, what happened then?
That's a heavy pull on the water bottle there.
I think that's when we broke for lunch for the day.
And approximately how long was your lunch?
We also love lunch.
I think we were doing half-hour lunches. Maybe they might have been a little longer because where lunch was a little bit of a van ride from where we were filming.
And when you say a little bit of a van ride, how far away how was that set up?
I think that, so the production clock for us works on 0.6 of an hour. So it may have been 6 minutes away.
Y'all are like lawyers.
So if it was a half-hour lunch, it may have ended up being approximately 42 minutes, for that travel both ways, to and from catering.
And is the food just provided for you all right there on set?
But there's a caterer and a catering tent, yeah, if not on set, on the facility where we were filming, yes.
So approximately what time, if you know, would you have completed lunch and come back into the church to continue filming?
Again, I think we started between 6 or 7, so lunch would have been called at 12 or 1 and 42 minutes after that. So for
42
argument's
minutes.
sake, 2 o'clock-ish.
42 minutes for lunch.
Okay.
Very specific.
And what was your understanding of anything that was going to take place immediately after lunch and perhaps before filming? Can you explain to the jurors?
I believe the decision was made. So we were, for parts of that scene, we were using a Steadicam, which is
Effie Wild, thank you so much
camera
for the gift of
apparatus
memberships.
affixed to the camera operator. And I don't think they were getting quite what they wanted as far as how the photography was portraying the story. So I brought the dolly in so we could mount the camera on the dolly and give them a more stable platform.
I hear you all talking about the computer, and I want to know what you're saying.
Technical difficulties abound. Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
Try being a streamer.
I think that was it for the...
We do that too.
So while these gentlemen were speaking to me, did you
trying.
explain that this is going to be a blocking?
I did not.
She did not.
Let's go there.
She's trying.
Explain what the
She's
blocking
like,
is.
So the decision was made to go
I'm
from
trying.
Steadicam to the dolly. So once it takes a moment to convert that camera over from one use to another. So I'm getting the dolly close to the pew where Mr.
Hang in there, the great big
Harlan
Greek.
Rust would be sitting, and working with the camera operator, Reed. Helena had kind of mentioned where she wanted us, but I believe her and her gaffer were starting to prepare for the turnaround of when the lawmen came into the church.
He's just such a
So
good
we
narrator
were
for
just
what
trying to
happened.
Find,
I like the timing of this witness.
blocking the
He's
shot.
given us
we
a
would
great
call it,
overview.
Trying to
He
find the shot
is
that
interesting
best
to
told
listen
the
to.
story in that moment.
He's so knowledgeable.
The
I
director wanted
like
to tell, which
today's
was
witnesses
to
a
be,
lot.
my understanding was to be an extreme close-up of Alec
Extreme
pulling
close-up.
starting to draw his weapon. And then from what I know in the edit, his cut would have been, you as the audience, see that weapon start to leave his holster. And then we were going to then put the camera behind him to see the lawmen enter the church. And that's when this shootout would have begun in the church.
So were cameras rolling?
No, we were still blocking the shot.
And Were you present in the church when Ms. Gutierrez brought the firearm into the church?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you saw and or heard.
I never saw the interaction between Hannah and Dave in the church, but I could hear Hannah telling Dave that the firearm had been checked before lunch and had been locked up during lunch. And then Dave called out cold gun or cold weapon. I heard the word cold, and that's when I went back to focusing on my task at hand.
Checked
helping,
before lunch, but not
Reed
checked
and
again.
Helena find that insert shot.
Access the server. Let's see what's on the server. I'm still trying to iron out this issue. Thank you, Mr. Addiego. So,
do they get kicked out of the courtroom the second they're off the record? Because, like, you could run through this depending on
do
the
you recall
courthouse.
who said cold gun? Did you describe
He
that?
told you that. Yes.
I did.
He said Dave Halls
I heard
did.
Dave Hall's call. I don't recall if it was cold gun or cold weapon, but I heard the word cold, which typically for me is what I need to hear.
He still hasn't said who Hannah Gutierrez is.
Cold gun means it's not going to go bang.
Correct.
Okay. With regard to Ms. Gutierrez's statement that you overheard about her not having checked the gun since lunch.
She should finish her
Did
questioning.
that cause you any concern?
And then ask the court for a
It
minute
did.
to get the tech together.
Why?
Just accustomed to armors checking those guns again
And again and again
on
and
a
again.
regular basis. And we had a break. And typically that any firearm that's brought on set is checked, even if it had been checked previously.
I think he's trying to be
Do
non-accusatory
you know
and
how
very
the
factual,
gun
and he's doing a
got
great
from
job.
Ms. Gutierrez
But you can feel his
to
anger.
Mr. Baldwin?
I do not.
So after you heard Ms. Gutierrez's voice and you heard Mr. Hall's call out cold gun, where was the gun the next time you saw it?
Also surprised they didn't
And,
object to hearsay.
Mr. Baldwin.
I think there's
and Mr. Baldwin's,
exceptions, but
holster,
like just for
on his left side.
you know, objection sake.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I don't recall seeing her in the church after lunch. No.
Where were you in the church?
So,
ma'am, he is a great storyteller. I
go
need
ahead
the
and
short.
walk us through.
Yes, the shortest
Mr.
questions
Baldwin
ever.
now has the gun.
Walk
Where
us
is
through.
he? Where is he sitting? What is he doing?
Your
Take
next
us
question
through
should be,
this.
and then what happened, and then what happened, and then what
Mr.
happened.
Baldwin
Let him tell the
seated
story.
in a church pew, and Reed and I are trying to find an angle, looking kind of over his right elbow or right bicep to see his hands in his lap transition from his lap to that firearm that's kind of hidden in a holster under the coat that he's wearing.
So if you can stand up, if you don't mind, and demonstrate what you believed Mr. Baldwin was supposed to do for the blocking.
I'm going to
My
be small
understanding
now.
was it was just to reveal that part of, the part of the gun that holds the bullets coming out of the holster. And then that portion of the, that piece of photography was finished. Once we saw that gun coming out of the holster, it would again give the audience the idea in that story that that Harlan Rust is about to defend himself or try to shoot the lawmen before they shoot him as they enter the church.
So not
How
even
close-
he was not even supposed to pull out all the way. He was supposed to pull He was supposed to pull the gun partway out of the holster so you can see the back of the cylinder and see that it has bullets in it. You don't even need blanks for that. You could use complete dummies for that because the dummies on the bottom would look like a loaded weapon in the cylinder. So not even supposed to, Runkle, damn it, not even supposed to draw all the way. So how did we end up pointing it at Helena when you're not supposed to pull the gun all the way out? And yes, Runkle, I did say Baldwin's pullout game is weak. That's my takeaway from this witness. That's what. Yes. Oh, I accidentally muted myself. Emily, your mic.
The only camera we had in the church was.
Thank you, chat.
I think at that point I had the lens within a foot of Mr. Baldwin.
That's very close.
And do you recall where Ms. Hutchins was?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Would you explain?
This is the same prosecutor for Baldwin.
If I'm sitting in the pew as
this is so
Harlan Rust, Helena Hutchins was essentially directly in front of Rust, having a conversation with her gaffer. So there was maybe
that's Sergey.
A couple of feet of air in between Mr. Baldwin and the pew that Helena and Serge were standing behind, directly in front of Mr. Baldwin.
And let me stop you. What's a gaffer? We don't know these terms.
My apologies. Gaffer is the head of the lighting department. So he was discussing with the director of photography. My understanding, of course, is they were discussing.
The humor is helping me not be traumatized by this
because
man's
we were already
trauma.
lit for the direction that we were filming.
Do you remember
this is
the
awful for
gaffer's
him.
name?
Serge is his first name, I believe
not
his last name, and I don't want to slaughter it, but I think it was Svetney.
Okay.
I believe is his last name.
He has a civil
Could you
lawsuit I've covered
understand
as
the
well.
conversation between
I didn't know
Ms.
if it was
Hutchins
Serge or
and
Sergey.
Mr. Svetnoy? That's my
Thank you.
my best try.
So often none of us could understand because they often conversed in either Russian or Ukrainian.
Sandra, I agree with
as
you.
they were both born and raised in that part of the world. So,
Do you know where Mr. Souza was at this point in time?
Yeah.
Mr.
Svetnoy
Souza
and
was
Helena were very close.
shoulder to shoulder, just to my right. He was looking at my Dolly monitor so he could see what the camera was seeing.
So why would the director be in the room looking at your monitor? Well, let me ask it this way. Would the director
I think
normally
it would be on screen
looking
even though it
at
wasn't
that
rolling.
vantage
Because
point
you have to be able to see the
through-
blocking.
from Video Village?
Depends on the director and the situation. Sometimes they'll work with us more closely where they will be shoulder to shoulder, and we'll look at my monitor. We were still waiting for the
sound just changed, but
the
it wasn't
new
me.
camera assistants to finish converting from Steadicam to what we'd call studio mode. So I don't believe the camera actually had a monitor. And potentially that's why
No, he was standing right
looking
there
over
when
my
this
shoulder
happened.
instead of a bit removed in the Video Village.
Okay, we're going to pause for a moment. We think
The director, Joel Souza, is standing shoulder to shoulder with this witness. Helena and Joel Souza were both shot. The gaffer, Serge, was standing right next to Helena to the other side. So Serge and this witness would have been the ones that were holding Helena and Joel when they went down. I think this is the witness that describes the screaming of what happens after the shooting, if I remember that correctly from the civil lawsuits. They are going to show some video. I imagine they are going to try to get to the shooting last because it's going to be emotional, because he was standing so close to this and was shoulder to shoulder with one of the witnesses that was shot. So hopefully we see the video. I think that's why she's waiting to do it, because she wants to do the video, then get to the shooting and the aftermath of the shooting, and then pass him off for cross-examination, because that's going to be the most difficult part of his testimony, especially you saw how much pride he had talking about the fact that Helena handpicked this crew, and he is right there. So this is going to be difficult testimony, but testimony that they have to go through.
we're going to be able to watch these videos, and that's going to give everybody a much better idea of what was going on in there.
We hope. Yeah, his expression has definitely changed throughout his testimony. The closer we get to the shooting, that's not surprising. And to think about how frustrating this is for him, he was raising safety concerns on set. He was bringing them up to Dave Halls. Dave Halls turned his back and walked away from him.
So we've
when he brought up safety concerns.
we've already gone through the slate and et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to go ahead and play the video. This video
someone he cares for was killed.
Marked as State's Exhibit 112.
Audio. The lighting's beautiful.
What's that noise we hear? That
I'm not actually sure. I was trying to figure that out myself.
Okay.
Ollie Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have.
Who is the person speaking? Whose voice are we hearing?
It sounds like Jensen Ackles.
And is he an actor?
He is an actor in Rust playing one of the lawmen, is my recollection.
Okay, thank you.
Where is Jensen?
Stand up slowly and toss in guns.
Okay, we're going to do it again. And set, and action.
Ollie Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have. There ain't no iteration you walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss them guns.
This is actual footage from the movie.
Okay, and set.
This is the footage from before lunch.
Okay, so
There's answer your question.
Oh my God, that's so
the
loud.
answer your question earlier, that sound.
Why don't you explain to us what we're seeing?
So what you just saw for a brief moment was one of the effects department people coming in to spray at what we'd call atmosphere. So dust or whatever I don't know what's in their spray can, but that is what that sound
Thank
was.
you, Two
And that's
Hands,
what they
Too
were
Many
doing
Games.
was adding atmosphere that makes it look a little foggy. And if hard light comes through those windows, you would kind of see
The
those
lighting on that
lights,
shot is lovely.
the rays of light in that fog.
Lovely.
And I just backed this video up to 1 minute, 6 seconds so that I can ask you the position that Mr. Baldwin is sitting in this video. Is that the same or similar position that he was in the blocking scene after lunch?
Yes, similar.
Okay.
That is loud.
So if you want to go lower than that,
Well, is there any way you can come up and see me open my eyes, or you know what? You know, let's say I'm down here like this, and when he says Harlan Rust, I'm gonna go. Boop.
okay.
You got to come down here for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see if we can do that. Ready? Here we go.
Do you want to
On another take. I mean. Here we go. Ready?
All right, another take. And set. Ready? And action.
Ollie Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any guns you have.
Chat,
There ain't no
hold on.
iteration
I
you
know
walking
it's
out of this
Jensen's
church
voice.
lesson. You stand up slowly and toss some weapons.
I know it's Jensen's voice, chat.
Russ.
All right, let's flip the sensor.
Can we try this?
So let me ask you,
That's
just
Dave
so that
Halls.
we get an idea, where we see Mr. Baldwin sitting in the church pew, where is the door to the church?
Yes, chat. We have all
Behind the
collectively
camera.
swooned. I have
From Mr.
swooned.
Baldwin's perspective, is it in front of him?
In front of Mr. Baldwin, yes.
Swoon.
And where is Mr. Ackles,
Notice I shut the fuck
gentleman
up.
who is speaking in the scene?
Because swoon.
It sounds as though he's just to the left of the camera.
So where would that be in relation to the door?
Jensen would be in between Mr. Baldwin and the door.
Okay, and if you can estimate how many feet, how big is this room, and how many feet are there from where Mr. Baldwin is sitting to the door?
I didn't realize he was right there,
In that
standing.
instance,
in the
because we had
church.
moved the pews
But this
around
was
a little.
before
So in that
lunch.
instance, Mr. Baldwin's
I
less
don't know
than
if that's
20
the same
feet from the
after
door
lunch.
would be my guesstimation.
Okay, and who's this gentleman here that we can see in the
Dave
in
Halls.
the video?
That's Dave Halls.
That is Dave Halls.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish it just for completeness, and then we'll move on to our next one. All right. I am now going to play what will be marked as State's Exhibit 112A. I would ask the court to go ahead and admit 112A.
I've
and
seen
give
a lot of
permission
things
to
in
publish.
court, but raw movie footage is not one of them.
All right, 112A is admitted. You may publish.
Never ever. Sound is quieter now.
Okay. Work. And set, ready, and action.
Russ. Did you stand up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
Again, ready?
Little too wide. And set, ready, and action.
Russ. Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
One more. You good? Ready?
Set, ready, and action.
Russ. Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
What helpless can I get right there?
Joe, the only way to give you that line till he lands,
It's okay.
till camera lands.
Yeah.
Yep.
7 minutes, one.
Yeah.
Draw your gun and look up. Point your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left?
It's this side for now.
So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased and ready.
Sir, we cannot.
ready?
We cannot.
Ready.
And set, ready, and action.
Russ.
Do one more just like that. You got one more? Yeah.
Remember, the cameras were not rolling after lunch. This is before the lunch break.
And set, ready, and action.
Russ. Nice.
Let's throw a lunch,
Okay. So
These were before lunch, but yes, his finger's
the
definitely on the
blocking,
trigger.
you can take these. Thank you, Shad. The blocking that you were describing, as a person who was working in the room, were you expecting Mr. Baldwin to pull the gun all the way up?
Definitely has his finger on the trigger.
Like what we just saw.
Finger
in
on
those
the trigger.
clips?
In the blocking of the ECU,
What's the ECU?
extreme close-up,
Okay.
I was not.
Okay.
My
Go ahead.
my understanding was it was just to kind of reveal that weapon coming out of the holster.
I'll talk about the
to
glasses in the
camera.
break.
So I think that we may have ended your description of what was going on in the after lunch session.
Yeah, now they're going to
where
get to the
Mr.
shooting.
Souza was standing. And were there other people in the church also?
Yes.
You guys
Do you
asking
know
for Jensen
approximately
on
how
an
many
exhibit?
people were in there?
Those videos are evidence. So Jensen is an evidence,
Myself, Reed,
if it matters.
the camera operator, Zach.
But this is the
boom
first time
guy
we've seen any
was-
footage.
When you say the boom guy, what is it?
Sorry, guys. The sound. The person holding the sound boom. So recording sound for the sound mixer was in the church. Joel was shoulder to shoulder, like I had described, looking at my monitor. I believe Mamie Mitchell was to his right. Wardrobe, a woman named Doran was in there, I think, looking over Mimi's shoulder at the monitor.
If Wardrobe's in there, why isn't the armorer in there?
Serge, my direct boss, Reese Price, who's the key grip, he's the head of the grip department, had just come in to work with Helena and Serge. Dave Halls.
So many people, but not the armorer?
And maybe one of the effects guys, I recall, was kind of in and out, keeping an eye on things because they had pre-rigged some of their effects stuff in the ceiling, again in preparation for the big turnaround.
Sir, the chat would like to disassociate from the sad
So
feelings.
I didn't give you a number, but I think that works out to 12-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
thank
sound
you.
mixer is standing in there, but
so-
not the armorer.
Keep walking us through it. What happens
Just
next?
simple questions for you, ma'am. What happened next? He's a good storyteller,
So we,
and this is going to get emotional, I imagine.
I guess Reed and I are trying to find
I can
the
feel
camera angle that Joel, the director,
I am like holding my breath about
is
what's
happy
happening.
with, that he feels will tell that piece of the story. I think, like I mentioned earlier, I believe Helena and Serge were discussing how to change the lighting for the turnaround. Reese, my boss, Reese Price, was in there. I think he had just brought in a bounce card, maybe for that insert, maybe for the next shot.
We don't know what a bounce card is.
Lighting apparatus. So he was going to
there's a way to say,
use
can
some
you
of the
describe
light
that for the jury where
coming
it
through
sounds
one of the windows,
I don't know,
and potentially reflect
less-
that back towards Mr. Baldwin to help illuminate him. I think Joel, the director, and Alec had some brief conversation back and forth about what the goal was for that shot, and I think Alec had drawn it once to kind of audition what he thought his action should be for Joel, and then he drew it again, and it went off. And, instantly, a firearm went off in a small wooden church. So the concussion, ears ringing, that moment of panic in everybody. I think the first person I made eye contact with was Helena, who was clearly injured by whatever that gunshot was, that noise we had just heard. And in fact, she was starting to go flush, and I think holding her right side. And then I think that Joel let out some sort of scream or made some noise that, to indicate he was also injured. And I think I just my attention went to Joel because he was the closest to me.
Because you were shoulder to shoulder with him.
I think I recall Reed and Serge moving Pew out of the way to help Helena get basically to lay Helena down and start tending to her, figure out what her injuries were, or injury. And I started attending to Joel. I think I yelled out that if you can't help us, get the fuck out of here. and someone called 911. And I do recall Mimi's voice in the distance talking to 911 and telling where we're at. And I tried to calm Joel down. We had a good rapport, so I just tried to calm him down and let him know that we were going to get through it, because I didn't know what else to do in that moment.
Of course not.
And then soon after, the medic and the best boy electric came into the church.
And I'm going to stop you real quick.
Mhm.
The medic, do you recall her name?
Oh, she sued too.
Her first name was Cher.
She has a separate civil lawsuit.
Okay, and who was the other person you said? Best boy?
The best boy electric, Matt.
He's doing
Hemmer,
an
I
incredible
believe was
job
his
of
last name.
narrating
He
this.
was, Surge's second in command is what a best boy is.
When
So,
he's talking about Reed,
the
he's
gaffer
talking
and the
about
key
his
grip
boss,
each have a
not
best boy, and then the
Hannah.
rest of their department. And my understanding was Matt had some combat medical training, so he came in to assist.
He's doing a very good job retelling a
medic,
chaotic
Cher, and
difficult scene.
I
But
think
you can feel his emotion.
When, right after the gun went off, do you recall seeing Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I do not.
And did Mr. Baldwin stay in the church?
He sat down in that same pew.
Sorry,
I
chat.
think in that
Witnesses get
moment
me.
when I yelled out that
They
if
just-
you can't
it's
help us, you need
heartbreaking.
to, get out of here. I think he sat down, and then
He's an
at some
incredible
point,
witness.
I know I looked over and he was gone.
I wonder if this will be their last
Okay.
witness for the day.
And in terms of your attention to Mr. Souza, what were you doing to him? Were you touching his body? What were you doing?
I was. So Joel was wearing kind of a thick hoodie, and I believe he had a t-shirt or a couple shirts on underneath. So it was
He's a great storyteller.
Figure out where Joel had been injured. He was certainly at that point.
And when you guys are
writhing in
feeling it,
pain
the jury's going to feel it.
Concerned for himself,
You can
asking me
feel
how
his
Helena
emotion.
was, and I think coming to the realization that he had been shot. So I was trying to find where he was wounded. So started pulling back his hoodie to reveal what appeared to be a circular wound in his right
see how he's
shoulder.
walking through it.
And at that point, I think
lot of witnesses do that with
the
trauma.
Sheriff and Matt
It's not
came
performative.
in.
It's just
They had gloved hands. I
his
didn't, so I
memory.
had some of his blood on my hands, and I think I helped them roll Joel over. One of them had trauma shears to cut his shirt off, and then I helped roll him over, and I was in a position to see that what appeared to be a bullet just under the skin, basically where his right shoulder blade was. And he was in a great deal of pain. And I think that Cher gave me some gauze to just put some pressure on the wound while they attended to Helena's injuries, which I gathered at that time were certainly much more severe because of her proximity to the firearm.
And could you hear Ms. Hutchins? I know you indicated that Mr. Souza was kind of
Simple,
yelling
short
out in
questions,
pain.
ma'am.
Did you hear anything from Ms. Hutchins?
Simple, short questions.
If I did, it was just, the groaning and discomfort from being shot by a firearm. I don't remember anything verbal from Helena.
He's doing a fantastic job reliving, standing through this.
Oh.
And he looks like he is staring
At some
at
point,
Hannah.
did paramedics arrive?
Yes.
Given where everybody is in the courtroom. Because we have seen other
And
witnesses
if
look
you
more to
know,
where the
at some
camera
point
is.
was Ms. Hutchins taken for medical care offset?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I stayed with Joel until they carried him out, and what I observed was they were trying to stabilize her. I heard them call for a lifeline, so they were trying to stabilize her to get her in a helicopter and get her to whatever ER they felt was appropriate.
And at some point in time, were you notified that Ms. Hutchins had passed?
Yes.
At that point, I would ask him if he needs a moment or bring him some water.
Mr. Addiego, when you heard the gunshot and you saw these people fall, did it occur to you in that moment that it was a live round, that there was a real bullet in that gun?
He saw the...
I don't, maybe not in that moment. I think it became clear when, like I mentioned, I rolled Joel over, helped roll Joel over to see what very much looked like a large caliber bullet just being barely held in by his skin.
Okay. And is this the first time in your life that you've ever seen a bullet?
No.
Okay, so you knew a bullet when you saw one?
Yes.
Okay.
Chad, I know it's tough. The jury is going to
Did
feel it
you
too.
ever
And if the jury is feeling
see
impacted, she might
Ms.
keep going.
Gutierrez
because that is
after
trial
the
strategy.
gunshot went off?
Not until today.
Okay.
Not until today.
And
do you see her in this
I want
courtroom?
to back up.
Oh, ma'am. That is the time. I know.
The people who...
Yes, John, we were,
the
because we
camera
knew
crew
this
that
was
walked
coming.
off that morning.
So,
did you know those people?
We knew this was coming. The joking
as
was
well
needed.
as you can know anyone in 2 weeks. Sure.
Based on your time on set and everything that you knew about what was going on that movie set,
when you hear
do you have any reason to believe that any of those people planted live ammunition on set?
Judge, I'm going to object
Yeah,
to
that's
speculation.
way speculative. Things are going so well, ma'am.
Well, I think he can answer the question whether he has any reason to believe that they did or not.
Counsel approach.
Yeah, that's pure speculation. Absolutely pure speculation. We're going to take a minute. I'm not going to zoom through this. When we talk about believability of witnesses and whether or not you can feel I'm glad somebody brought him water, whether or not you can feel the emotion of witnesses, there are different ways people respond to traumatic events. With a witness like this, there's no switch from no emotion to emotion. You can see the emotion kind of build and the voice crack, and it's very consistent in what he's talking about. Some witnesses after trauma have a complete flat affect the entire time. But what I've never really seen is witnesses like switch on and switch off emotion. And we saw it build with him. It's why you're feeling it in the chat from this witness and you don't feel it from other witnesses. I will say, Angela, I think the prosecutor could too. However, sometimes depending on style as a prosecutor, standing with someone who's going through this, it is not appropriate for you to cry. So pushing through it while a witness is experiencing all of the emotion that they're going through is to just ask the next question and just to continue to ask the next question. Because if you start to have an emotional response, it could be seen as inappropriately attempting to sway the jury. So there's two things with that when we're looking at the prosecutor's behavior. I would always try to ask witnesses if they need a minute, because I would often need a minute.
Question?
No, nobody recalls the question ever, Carrie.
Do you have any reason to believe that live
Oh, she won
ammunition
the
was planted
I'm
by
surprised.
disgruntled crew members who left that morning?
I'm surprised she won
do
the
not.
objection. I'm surprised. But
And
he has done an incredible job
based
of
on
walking us
everything
through
that
a
you
very traumatic
heard
event.
when you were in the church after lunch, do you have any understanding of who the person was that loaded that gun?
And do you see that person in court today?
Yes,
Who is the person that you believe loaded the gun?
the armor.
This is why she was waiting.
And who's that person?
Hannah Gutierrez.
And do
Reed.
you see her in
And
court
do you see
today?
her sitting in court today?
Thank you.
I have seen her. She's behind you. Yes.
Okay. And just for the record, can you point out what Ms. Gutierrez
Yeah,
is
you
wearing?
need to identify her in court.
Gray blazer with a black collar, hair in a ponytail.
Will the record reflect that the
Identifying the
defendant has
defendant.
been identified?
Yes.
I feel so much for this witness, but it's also, I think, helpful to watch
At any
different
point
kinds of
in time when
testimony
you were in the church
because you see
after
how
lunch,
different
did you
witnesses
hear
respond.
anyone tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
I don't know how she's just sitting there. I don't know. I don't know. Chat, I don't know. She was not in the church. Hannah Gutierrez was not in the church. She was apparently told by Joel Souza not to be. This is very smart strategy to leave the emotion from the end. You know why you leave the emotion to the end? Because if Mr. Bowles comes in hot for this witness, like, sir, you don't really know what her job is. It's going to make him look like a dick because everyone's sitting there in the emotion of the trauma that this man suffered, watching this horrible thing happen in court that never should have happened. So now on cross, he has to be sensitive before getting to it. So, Mr. Bowles, we've enjoyed your cross so far. Let's see what happens.
Cross exam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm glad we got to this
Sir,
witness today. He's been incredible.
When you started your testimony, early on in your testimony, you talked about being on 12 prior movies with armor or something like that. Recall that?
Yes.
And you talked about you're used to seeing ex-cops, ex-military. Remember that?
Yes.
As the armor?
Did that to be the case? Yes.
So out of this tragedy, you claim that you have a blast injury, right?
Does he also have a civil suit?
I believe that's in the documents you're referring to. Yes, sir.
Did you go to the doctor for a blast injury?
I have talked to my physician about what happened that day. Yes.
You've talked to your physician. Did they do any tests? Did they take any x-rays? Did you just tell him I was in this? And
I described the incident and he did what he felt was appropriate.
What was that?
I'm not going to discuss my medical treatment with you, sir.
High five, Ross!
Well, so in any event, you're suing Rest Production and Alec Baldwin.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
The fuck
and
he
you're here
is.
telling this
Yes,
jury
sir.
all about Miss Gutierrez Reed, but in your lawsuit, you talk about
Mr. Bowles, we've been on your side. But today, after what our boy Ross has been through, I will come for you. I am not going to go quietly into this cross-examination right now with you trying to somehow flame him for a civil suit on a production that failed in so many fucking ways that every single person in that church was put in danger. Everyone in that church was harmed. Of course, he should sue Alec Baldwin and the Rust production. And you should be glad that he's not also suing your client, sir. Get it, Ross.
defendants, Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, cut corners and cut costs and it endangered the cast and crew. So you believe that, right? Rest Production?
I do.
And you believe that
this is not going to go the way you think it is, Bowles.
And Roe Walters to manage the budget was not a good idea because they have cost-cutting problems on prior sets. You believe that?
Correct.
Okay. And you also believe that David Halls had prior safety issues, correct?
Yes.
On a prior set, he didn't manage that safely, did he?
That was my understanding.
Why did you take this
You
job?
also believe you knew that Miss Gutierrez Reed had asked for more training days as an armorer.
Did
you
he
knew
take
that.
this job because he liked Helena?
I don't.
In the form of question, there needs to be a question. It sounds like a statement.
Overruled.
Objection, Your Honor. That's a statement, not a question.
Okay. You're aware that Miss Gutierrez Reed asked Gabrielle Pickle
Chad,
for more
I know how he's
time
doing it.
as an armorer, more training
Anger.
days, and more armorer days. You're aware
See?
of that.
Anger.
I became
He's gonna
aware of
switch
that
into
after
anger.
2 people were shot. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well,
Yep.
it's in
Anger.
your lawsuit. It's part of your lawsuit.
Okay.
Okay. So let me ask you this: are you
Righteous
hoping that
anger.
you can come in and testify here today, and something happens to Miss Gutierrez Reed, it'll help your lawsuit?
I'm hoping for justice, sir.
For
2
yourself.
people were injured on a film set. That has not only affected me, that has affected the film industry.
Get it,
And
Ross.
you want money for that?
I
No.
want justice.
He's a big fucking fan of justice, Mr. Bowles. He is not. Sir, this was not the right play on cross-examination, but Ross is serving and we're going to go relive it again. We're going to let Ross serve again and I'm going to shut up. And, Mr. Bowles. Mr. Bowles has not gone after any of the witnesses on cross. He has been the friend to the witness. And this is the witness who witnessed 2 of his coworkers and friends shot and sat there with his friends' blood literally on his hands. And you're going to try to flame him over a civil suit against the production company that has been fined the largest fine by OSHA in New Mexico that's ever been fined? Okay.
Armorer days. You're aware of that.
Oh, okay.
I became aware of that
Okay.
after
Okay.
2 people were shot. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, it's in your lawsuit. It's part of your lawsuit.
Chat, just say let him cook.
Okay.
Okay. So
Go, Ross, go.
let me ask you this: are you hoping that
Thank you,
you can come in
chat.
and testify here today, and something happens to Miss Gutierrez Reed, it'll help your lawsuit?
I'm hoping for justice,
Big
sir.
fan of justice.
2 people were injured on a film set. That has not only affected me, that has affected the film industry.
Yep.
And you want money for that?
I want justice.
You want money? Your lawsuit doesn't say justice; it says money.
Don't fight with
Okay,
him.
you'd have
Suing
to-
for money.
Oh,
Isn't that correct?
Mr. Bowles needs to let the witness answer the question.
let
If he's being
him
argumentative,
cook.
this needs to be a cross.
I'll let him answer. I agree.
objection, argumentative. And the court said, you are being a bit argumentative. This is not the witness for it, Mr. Bowles. This witness didn't do anything. This witness is not throwing your client under the bus to improve his civil lawsuit that's not even against your client.
You're suing for money.
Yeah, because he can't sue for justice.
I asked my lawyer to help bring justice in this case. And if that doesn't mean criminal, then I would assume that means some sort of monetary justice.
Because y'all let
Yes.
Dave Hall's
Okay.
plea.
Now, you also understood that Mr. Halls did not post the safety bulletins onto any of the call sheets. Correct?
I understood that production did not furnish us with safety bulletins, sir.
Okay, so production. So that may not have been Mr. Halls. It may have been somebody else in production.
Again, production is all
Mr.
encompassing
Ross.
of Mr. Halls and the other ADs that would generate.
I don't know how
that
you are
information.
keeping your composure.
And you also
Ross,
indicate that
but you
Mr.
rock.
Halls was the overall safety coordinator on set, correct?
That's typically one of the many jobs of the first assistant director. Yes, sir.
And so it's his responsibility to convene the safety meetings you testified to, right?
This is not going to go
Typically
well.
it is, yes.
And in
If he
this
starts asking about what
particular set,
Hannah's
he did not do
job
that
is, that's not going to go well.
on every day of the filming, did he?
Not to my recollection.
And in fact, the day that this, you described it as the camera crew walked off the day of the shooting incident. You described it as more chaotic than it had been. And that day, there was no safety meeting convened by Mr. Halls, was there?
Not that I was invited to.
He's been very good
You're also
at answering what's asked. and he has stood up to this
You've
cross.
indicated that Mr. Baldwin didn't
very
follow
well.
gun safety rules. You believe that, right?
I do.
Because he
you
pointed it
believe
at a
that
person.
Miss Gutierrez Reed was operating in 2 jobs in props and armor, and you thought that was dangerous, that production did that, didn't you?
I did.
And you felt it was dangerous and part of your lawsuit that they should not have put her in those 2 positions.
Agreed, but she was in that position.
Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But
And in fact, sir,
there
you've
she
never
was.
been on all of your 12 prior movies with armors. You've never been on a set where an armorer was part-time, right?
I don't recall ever working on a set that had a part-time armorer. No.
Okay.
Doesn't make
So this would
it
be the
better
first
for your
one
client.
on the Rust set where they had part-time.
Potentially.
Okay. And in fact, because it's in your suit, you
I
thought that
love
was a
recipient
terrible idea.
witnesses. Recipient witnesses are
If
just
it says so in the suit, then I must have said that. Yes.
so much more dynamic.
And this was a gun-heavy set with guns operating on 17 of the 21 scheduled film days. Yet you knew that they weren't paying Miss Gutierrez Reed for more than 8 armor days, right?
I had no idea what they were paying Miss Gutierrez.
Were you aware that whether her armor days had run out by the time of the shooting incident?
I was not privy to that information, sir.
Okay. And you're probably not
Court team-
also privy to the
Excuse
fact
me?
that she was regularly performing
Can we go back to the
props
witness?
duties as part of her daily duties on the set.
That can't
Were
be
you
her
aware of that?
dad.
You see her doing those prop
Her
duties?
dad is
I
excluded.
believe that it was noted on the call sheet that she had more than one
If
responsibility.
it's her dad, there's an
Do
exclusionary
you ever see her,
rule.
for
I don't
example,
think that.
rolling cowboy cigarettes?
I don't know if that's Theo Reed,
having her do jobs like that in her props
but
duties?
he shouldn't
Can't
be
say
there.
that I did.
So you didn't see her all the time then?
No, because my job takes a lot of focus, and I have essentially
I've gotta
5
Google.
bosses at any given moment. So I have to
mean,
focus on my
Same. Can we go back to
tasks
the
at
witness?
hand.
Well, that's what you said also, that you didn't see who was in the church, or you didn't see
That is
what
not
was
her
happening,
stepdad.
because you have to focus on your job. You have to focus on your camera
And he would have been
and
excluded.
what you're
It
doing
can't
with
be.
that, right? So you're not always
It could be
seeing
Ross's
everything else
attorney.
around you.
It could
I'm
be
not
his civil
necessarily
attorney.
seeing, but I'm trying to watch and listen to everything that I can on set.
Let me ask you about that, listening to everything. You talked about
be an expert
with
witness.
the negligent discharge by Sarah Zachary, nothing being called out in terms of a gun being operated.
He
Do you
called it
recall that
out.
testimony?
I do.
Now, what radio channel were you using on set? Would you regularly use?
I'm a grip, so I'm always on Channel 8, sir.
Channel 8. And do you understand, or did you understand that the armor operates on Channel 1? And that's when that's called out on Channel 1 and it goes to David Halls. Did you know that?
If it only goes to Channel 1 and Dave Halls, then somebody's failed at their job, because their job is to let everybody know what's going on with firearms and ammunition on set.
And were you aware
Boom.
then, sir, before you gave your testimony to the jury, that responsibility is Mr. Halls then to call out, we're going to have a gun scene? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of what Mr. Hall's responsibilities are, certainly.
Okay, well then, why didn't you say that earlier? That when this was called out, you may have been on the wrong channel. Maybe Mr. Halls didn't call it out. Did you not know that?
Compound.
I don't understand your question. I wasn't
It's
on the
'cause
wrong
it's
channel.
fucking
I'm on
compound.
Channel 8, where I'm supposed to be, sir.
Okay,
He's like,
well
I
then,
was doing
the
my
failure was
fucking
not Miss
job.
Gutierrez
I don't know
Reed's,
what
which you
everybody
wanted to
else was
imply to the
doing.
jury. It was Mr. Halls, wasn't it?
Miss Gutierrez Reed loaded a firearm that killed my friend and injured a director.
I'm not talking about the incident. I'm talking about the
Sir,
negligent discharge
You asked the
with
question.
Sarah Zachary. We're talking about that incident. Now, first of all, you have no idea who loaded that weapon that Miss Zachary negligently discharged, do you?
I wasn't there when the weapon was loaded, so no.
Okay.
But it's the
And you have
armorer's
no
job.
idea. But you said earlier you don't even know if there was a bullet in it.
I saw a bullet in Joel Souza's shoulder.
Came from the gun.
I'm not talking about that. And I know you want to keep coming back to it for your lawsuit. But I'm talking about Sarah Zachary's negligent
I have to pause. Mr. Bowles, I have really enjoyed your cross-examination style so far. But I know you want to come back to it for your lawsuit is offensive. But the jury's going to fucking hate this cross-examination. But also seeing the defense attorney bite into the percipient witness who did nothing but go to work that day, I don't think plays well. I don't know if this is, and we know Mr. Bowles has a totally different style. I don't know if this is a style I would pick. But getting up here and saying he's just here for his civil lawsuit against production is not the play. Is not the play. Chat, I granted.
Everyone who made a motion for code red, granted.
I am red. You are red. We are red. This goes beyond audacity, straight into fuckery. I don't like it. You don't like it. We don't like it. If anyone's new here, code red is flashy. It will stop flashing when the music stops. We are going to code red. For those of you who are flash sensitive, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we've all had a minute to collectively gasp and take a breath and see Mr. Bowles just swinging for the fences on cross-examination.
To object to Mr. Bowles'
So
indicating that this.
Please, no commentary.
Yes, I won't.
All right,
I won't.
thank you.
Very argumentative.
So, with regard to Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge, you have no idea whether it was a blank, whether it was a live round. You just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talk a lot throughout your testimony about all these failures you find in Miss Gutierrez Reed, yet in your lawsuit, it's all about production of Mr. Baldwin.
He's not suing Miss Reed.
Can you explain that? Why you talk about production of Mr. Baldwin in your lawsuit and not Miss Gutierrez Reed?
I would refer you to my counsel, sir.
That's who's sitting in the
I
courtroom.
I didn't write that lawsuit, so
Okay.
I would refer you to my counsel for those questions.
Objection calls for speculation. I'm going to back up just a little bit more. Did I miss something when I was yelling? Hold on. We're backing up just a little more. Sorry.
To David Halls, did you know that?
If it only goes to Channel 1 and Dave Halls, then somebody's failed at their job, because their job is to let everybody know what's going on with firearms and ammunition on set.
And were you aware then, sir, before you gave your testimony to the jury, that responsibility is Mr. Halls then to call out, we're going to have a gun scene? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of what Mr. Halls's responsibilities are, certainly.
Okay, well then, why didn't you say that earlier? That when this was called out, you may have been on the wrong channel. Maybe Mr. Halls didn't call it out. Did you not know that?
I don't understand your question. I wasn't on the wrong channel. I'm on channel 8 where I'm supposed to be, sir.
Okay, well then the failure was not Miss Gutierrez Reed's, which you wanted to imply to the jury. It was Mr. Halls, wasn't it?
Miss Gutierrez Reed loaded a firearm that killed my friend and injured a director.
I'm not talking about the incident. I'm talking about the negligent discharge with Sarah Zachary. We're talking about that incident. Now, first of all, you have no idea who loaded that weapon that Miss Zachary negligently discharged, do you?
I wasn't there when the weapon was loaded, so no.
Okay. And you have no idea.
He knows whose
you
job
said
it is,
earlier,
though.
You don't even know if there was a bullet in it.
I saw a bullet in Joel Souza's shoulder.
I'm not talking about that. And I know you want to keep coming back to it for your lawsuit, but I'm talking about Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge.
To object to Mr. Bowles' tone, indicating that this.
Argumentative.
Please, no commentary.
Yes, I
All
won't,
right,
Your Honor.
all
I
right,
won't.
thank you.
So with regard to Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge, you have no idea whether it was a blank, whether it was a live round. You just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talk a lot throughout your testimony about all these failures you find in Miss Gutierrez Reed, yet in your lawsuit, it's all about production of Mr. Baldwin. Can you explain that? Why you talk about production of Mr. Baldwin in your lawsuit?
Such a good answer. Such a good answer.
And not Miss Gutierrez Reed?
I would refer you to my counsel, sir.
So good.
I didn't write that lawsuit, so I would refer you to my counsel for those questions.
You went after the people with money for the lawsuit, right?
I mean,
I went after production, the people responsible for hiring the people that killed and shot someone on a film set.
Yep.
And you, as part of that, talk about.
What a great answer. I went after the people responsible for hiring the people. Completely different than this criminal lawsuit and holding someone criminally responsible. He is going after the decision makers so they won't do this again. But this is coming across as a Ross 1, Bulls 0. You do not want to walk away from the cross-examination of a sympathetic percipient witness at 0. And so far, you've given this witness ample opportunity to say that your client loaded the gun that killed his friend multiple times. And this is why the prosecutor left the emotional stuff for last.
That
This does
the
not play
decision
well.
to hire Ms. Gutierrez Reed was
Chat hates
motivated by production desire to have a quick and cheap production.
Yep.
That was part of their desire to hire a cheaper position in that role, make her do 2 jobs, right?
Speculation.
Apparently that's what it says. That's what it says.
Okay. And you indicated that this was
Bulls is back
constantly
down a little
rushed
bit.
and reckless and chaotic on set, correct?
Correct.
And you heard Mr. Baldwin a couple of times at least rushing people and telling them to move, right?
I did.
Okay.
This I do want
Did
to
you hear Mr. Halls do that also?
I did.
Did you ever stand up to Mr. Baldwin and say, no, we're not going to move this fast?
Not his job.
That's not my job, sir.
Okay. And did you ever see anybody else stand up to Mr. Baldwin, tell him not to move that fast?
He went
I
to
don't
Halls.
recall anybody standing up to Mr. Baldwin on the set of Rust, sir.
Wasn't going to happen, was it?
Objection to the form of question calls for speculation.
It does.
You never saw anybody.
Restate the question.
It does.
Right. You were aware, based on your
Doesn't hurt her, though.
seeing Mr. Baldwin, how he interacted with everybody. It was your perception nobody was going to stand up to him, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, because he's running the show. He's the big boss.
Because he's what?
Right?
He's both. Well, he's the producer, one of the writers, and on the call sheet, he's number 1. So yes.
So wouldn't you find it difficult for a 24-year-old
And this is what he's trying
female
to get
armor
at.
in her, as you call it, her second movie with everybody else grown?
I don't think you want to ask this question. I don't think you want to ask this question. Isn't it impossible for her to stand up? I don't think you want to ask this question. I don't think this is going to go the way you think it's going to go. Because what he's going to say is it is her job to ensure the safety of those on set.
Men not standing up to Mr. Baldwin, wouldn't you find that difficult for her also?
I wasn't in her position.
Now, you also talk about the IATSE armor. You knew that Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not yet in the union.
I don't know if you knew that.
Actually, my understanding was it was a union show and the crew was union.
But you didn't know whether she was not union. She's not union.
If
You
it's a
didn't know
union
that.
job, everyone should be union.
Testifying, Your
No,
I'm asking if he's aware.
no.
But
You
he's
are
not.
testifying. You said she's not in the union. Okay, that's your testimony.
Well, I'm
So
asking
ask it as a question rather than testifying.
Yes. Were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez Reed is not union?
Pork got spicy.
I was under the impression that we were doing a union movie. Everybody on the crew was union. I didn't learn that she was not yet in the union until after.
So you did learn that after.
Correct.
Okay. And you know from your experience in over 100 credits and being on a movie, having the union behind you makes it likely that you can stand up. I mean, in other words, if there's a safety issue and you have your union behind you, you can raise that because you've got the union.
On a union movie, any crew member has the support of a union, whether they're union or not. They are represented by IATSE.
Well, could you have stopped the whole production if you wanted to, if you saw all these safety issues?
I certainly could have voiced my opinion. Whether or not they would have honored that and stopped anything, I cannot say.
And he did
Okay,
voice
so
his
you
opinion.
did say on the negligent
walked
discharges, you went to Mr. Halls and you told him you were concerned, and you told him you're concerned about safety. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you also told his second AD, Ann. You told both of them, right?
Ann was his second, just to be clear. But yes, I did
second.
mention it to Ann as well, that I was concerned and that this needed to be on the daily production report, knowing that the other producers typically read the production reports, as would the insurance company or whoever's bonding the film.
Okay, and you didn't see anybody do anything after you made those complaints?
I wouldn't necessarily see anybody do anything because they would potentially be on Channel 1 having that conversation amongst themselves.
Well, did you see anything happen, like additional training, any kind of actions taken by Mr. Halls that you saw?
I didn't see anything change.
Okay. So the day of the incident, the day of the shooting, you indicated to Miss Morrissey on direct that
Bowles has
you didn't
shifted
see
his
Miss Gutierrez read in the church, but
style
you
a little
didn't
bit.
have concerns or words to that effect that
That's not what he said.
The firearm had come into the church. You didn't have concerns.
That's not what I recall him saying.
The armor.
Oh my God, this
would
is now
check that.
compound.
Is that what you said?
What is the question?
Well, tell me what you said. I may have misheard. Tell me what you said.
I don't know what you're getting at.
I don't know what you're asking.
What you want me to
Well,
restate, sir?
Let me ask you. You didn't see Miss Gutierrez read in the church?
I only heard her in the church.
Did you look around and after you heard her to see if you could see her in the church?
No.
Okay. So did you see if anybody else,
Running with scissors,
Sarah
that's okay.
Zachary,
We all have our
from
own
Props
responses to
was in the
things.
church?
You guys, you don't have
I
to
think
agree
we've
with me.
already covered this, and no, I don't recall
Because
anybody from the
other
props
jurors might be put
department
off.
seeing anybody from the props department in the church.
Okay. Now, Sarah Zachary, I want to talk about her for a minute. You knew, or
Us
were you
too.
aware that she would load firearms too at times?
I became aware when she had a negligent discharge on set.
Okay. Did you also ever see her loading firearms on set?
I don't recall beyond that incident her really dealing with firearms.
Beyond the
If at
negligent
all.
discharge.
You know that Sarah Zachary was Hannah Gutierrez Reed's boss?
I do.
As props master? Okay. And now earlier you talked about your understanding of armor, but isn't it true that props department is in charge of the ammunition? Those are props.
That's my understanding of how the props department works, sure.
Okay. So when you said earlier that the guns and ammo would be the armor, in reality, the ammunition falls under the props department.
That's not exactly how that works.
My understanding is live ammunition is absolutely the armorer's responsibility. Any other ammunition that may be used in belts or bandoliers or strewn about on set is falls under props.
Well, live ammunition is never supposed to be on the set.
When I say live ammunition, I'm referring to blanks.
Okay.
Something that can go bang and hurt someone.
Okay, so let's be clear. You're not a blank is not a round with a projectile. It's not a real bullet. It's a blank that shoots powder, right? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My understanding of blanks are
The FBI described
it looks
this.
very much like a real bullet. They're crimped differently at the end, so they don't actually contain a bullet.
And we saw.
But beyond that, I don't
photos of
know that
that.
I would. I don't know if they're marked in any other way other than seeing the ends crimped.
Okay. And you've never been an armor yourself?
I've never been in the props department at all, no.
Or the props department. So when you make opinions about what you think, you really have no idea because you never served in that role. It's just what
He didn't make
you've
opinions.
seen over other movies?
It's what I've learned in almost 30 years.
It's what he observed.
In the film industry, yes.
Okay.
Those aren't opinions.
Now, when
Those
you
are
talked
observations.
about guns being left out on the cart, I want to ask your experience in prior movies. Have you seen carts that are professional looking that can be locked up, that an armor can use to lock up those weapons on it?
Yes, and I believe I described that earlier.
Okay. And this cart and this set was not like that.
I believe it was just kind of a more of what I would be accustomed to seeing craft services use, like an open gray plastic cart.
And were you aware that it took over a week for the props department even to get that cart?
Why would he
I'm
know
not
that?
in the props department. I'm not really aware of what they do.
Okay.
In that sense.
So this cart that they had on set that they were supposed to use for their firearms, on this Rust set, it wouldn't lock. It was more like something you would see in the crafts department. So and production provides that, right?
Is there a question?
Again, I don't know what the props department brought or what they were provided. A lot of us rent the production companies our appropriate gear. Some of that may be carts, some of that may be tools.
Okay, so you don't know.
That's not what he said.
You also don't know if the firearms that you said were laying out from time to time on the cart were real firearms or were plastic, were replica. You don't know that for sure.
Well, the replica ones were real.
I can tell you that the firearms certainly looked real as they would reflect the sunlight. They were certainly metal firearms. Whether they were actual firing guns, no, I don't know. But
Until
my
one of them
experience
shot my
is
friend.
any firearm, even rubber dummy, at the very least in some sort of soft firearms case, a bag,
video glitch.
somehow protected and not laying on top of a cart that's not secured.
Well, you saw the gun socks they have, the protective cloth carrying for the guns. You saw those, didn't you?
There may have been a long gun or two that had some sort of sock or some soft covering on them, sure.
And the handguns had the socks too. You never saw those?
I don't recall seeing the handguns in any kind of container, sir.
You're not going to. I know that Bowles is doing his job.
Did you ever hear Hannah call out the load amounts?
But that's not gonna.
You testified earlier you didn't, but you weren't always
this
around
situation.
those scenes when Hannah Gutierrez Reed was dealing with the firearms, were you?
I was on set 95%
Bowles
or more of the
his
time,
roll.
so there may have been an instance where she called out whatever power that blank load would have been, and I missed it.
And again, if she's calling it out on channel 1 and Mr. Halls is supposed to then communicate that and you're on another channel, she may have called it out and you didn't hear it.
Well, the protocols on set typically is the armorer would call that out verbally. What she does on her radio, I don't know. I'm not on that channel. And then the first assistant director would parrot that and let us all know to make sure there was redundancy and that we heard it was hot or cold.
And sir, are you sitting now under oath telling this jury that Hannah never called out the loads that were used on that set? Are you going to tell them that under oath, that you never heard that?
Objection, Your Honor. That has not been his testimony, and he's already answered this question.
Misstates testimony. It's also been asked and answered. But he's trying to.
So other than reporting to
Get back
Mr.
round,
Halls
sorry.
and
I'm
the
okay,
second, did you
my
ever report
spicy
this to
got
anybody
spicy.
else if you were so concerned about it? Did you report it to Gabrielle Pickle? Did you report it to anybody else? Did you report it to Joel Souza?
I believe that Joel Souza and Helena, before she was killed, had a conversation about some of the safety issues,
that was my
payroll issues, and I did notify
You gotta let
Local
him
80,
answer.
which was the union that represented me.
And
while
he
I was
notified the
making that
union.
movie.
When did you notify Local 80?
You'd have to contact Local 80. It was early in the movie, and I can't give you a definitive date, sir.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I'm not going to contact Local 80. They're not here in court.
He's already indicated he doesn't remember.
Argumentative.
Judge, can I do my cross-examination?
Well,
Sure.
if you do it properly, you can.
I'm doing it properly.
Listen. Ask the question about the date.
Oh no, we're. The amount of spice, not only that I choked on from my tahini watermelon rings, but the amount of spice in court right now. Your Honor, can I do my cross? No, because you're slinging accusations at the witness, not in the form of a question. You're asking for speculation, and you're arguing on asked and answered questions. And the prosecution isn't going to just object. She's going to yell at you just like she did on the Zoom calls. This is, it annoys us with the prosecutor when it's just in the middle of nothing. But in this, I'm just like, oh my God. So let's get back to Spice.
Contact local 80. They're not here in court.
He's already indicated.
So argumentative.
Judge, can I do my cross-examination?
If you do it properly, you can.
I'm doing it properly.
Listen.
Look at her standing up. Judge, can I do my cross-examination? First of all, she should say objection. But can I do my cross-examination? And she said, if you do it properly, you can. The emotion is a little high at the moment, which is why the judge is like, listen, kids.
Ask the question about the date. He said he didn't remember, and then you started to tell him you weren't going to ask that person and that he was going to tell you in so many words, okay?
Yes.
So let's not be argumentative. Let's just ask him. You can ask him one more time.
So do
Let's
you have
not
any
be
idea
argumentative.
what date you may have contacted local 80?
I believe it was in the first week of production.
Okay. So the first week of production was before any accidental discharges would have happened.
It's only
That doesn't
2
mean
weeks.
I wasn't concerned about safety.
And I understand, and my question was not that. I understand you were concerned.
So what
My
is your
question
question?
was, that was before any of the accidental discharges.
I don't recall exactly if that was before or after, but once I contact local 80, that doesn't mean I stopped talking to local 80 throughout production. So I think we had more than one conversation about it.
Spice.
Because you're contacting local 80, did they do anything about it?
My understanding was they contacted the New Mexico local, which is 480, and a representative from 480 showed up, and possibly a representative from the camera union local 600 also showed up.
I think the judge is letting
What
court
happened
roll
at
to
that
try to
point?
get through
Did
this
they do
witness.
anything?
They have conversations that I'm not part of,
Right.
sir. Yeah.
Ultimately, the camera crew was disgruntled, and they walked off the day before the shooting. Part of that was their hotel situation. You were aware of that, weren't you?
Is there a question?
I don't know about disgruntled, but I
It's
know that they were
compound.
promised hotels or housing, and those promises never came to fruition.
Okay. And so they left, and the next day
It's all
when they
based on hearsay, but whatever.
there had to be a new camera crew. They had to get some more people. You were aware Video Village was down?
I was not.
You didn't know Video Village was down at all?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
I was going to say asked and answered counsel approach. Kids, I will turn this trial around if you do not start playing nicely. Bowles is fighting with this witness. However, the answers aren't going to hurt the prosecution. And as the prosecutor, honestly, I might let some of it go because it's going to piss off the jury. This is the kind of situation where you keep your eye on the jury to see how they're responding, because what this witness says isn't going to hurt this case at this point. But the judge is over Mr. Bowles being argumentative. I'm going to get to some of your questions. I think the judge is exhausted with that. Look at her. Just like, stop it. They've been doing this on Zoom calls too, though. This is not new for these two. Maria said, EDB, after watching you for a few years now, I have finally come to an understanding as to why lawyers are expensive. This shit is exhausting. It is, and there's a lot of training that goes into it. Alec pulled out early with an accidental discharge. Dawn, Alex said in the uncut scene from the movie that the raw footage from the movie that we saw, do you want me to just whip it out? That happened. Today is wild. Today is wild. Here, where are we gonna be? We're gonna be here. Let's see. Jensen was just outside the church after lunch, and he was the one to call the medics according to his police interview. We will watch Jensen's interview if it doesn't come up here. Two hands, too many games. For the people freaking out on the trigger thing, when you are doing the take, the finger is on the trigger because it shows on camera. When you are not rolling, it is a no to performers. Thank you, Two Hands, Too Many Games. And that's why I think they're making so clear that the after lunch was blocking, not rolling. So there's no reason his hands should have been on there. Let's see. We're going to go through some more of this. Question, was Gutierrez offered a plea deal? If no, why? I did not see anything come through court. We heard no mention of it. It's possible she could have been and turned it down. But it's also possible that they wanted to go to trial on this and felt strongly about it. The prosecution is not obligated to offer a plea deal. So Ross is the Isaac Baruch of this trial. Right now he is. And wasn't Isaac the first real recipient witness of the Depp Heard trial?
Sir, you said earlier Baldwin always wanted to use his hero props. Or words to that effect.
I wanted to hear more about that too.
Yes.
And by that you meant he wanted to use the real, for example, the real revolver?
That was my understanding of his the way he liked to perform. Yes, sir.
Okay. And would that also include, sir, the knife, those kind of, is that what you're meaning by hero props?
My recollection is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to be ready to call rolling when he was ready. So hero props in his wardrobe, essentially ready to go.
Okay. And everybody else had to be ready to go when he was ready.
Yes.
Okay.
The point of that is that she was being rushed. That's what he's going to get to. That everybody else needed to be ready when Baldwin was ready.
So that, sir, was your understanding, you may have said this, and I just want to go back over it.
I was busy fighting with you.
Mr. Baldwin did not, that scene or that rehearsal did not require the draw. Was that your understanding?
My understanding was it was really
Blocking.
just the initiation of that movement was the part of the story that Joel Souza wanted to tell.
Okay. And I think you called it an extreme close-up shot of his hand.
That's
coming out. Okay.
Extreme
so it would be
close-up.
coming out of his holster, and there would be an extreme close-up on that.
Liz, you were not the only
Correct.
one.
The frame would have been
You are not
essentially
alone.
his right hand going into his coat to draw his firearm.
Okay, sir.
Production is finished of the movie. I don't know if we'll ever see this movie. I don't know if anybody
Yeah,
will
we
want
have
to see this
just a
movie.
moment.
I know as part of the settlement of the wrongful death lawsuit that Helena Hutchins' husband became a producer of the film. So they're conferring at table to see if there were any more questions, and there are not. Redirect. Everybody take a deep breath.
Mr. Addiego, if you are aware, are you the only person suing Mr. Baldwin and Russ Productions?
Not from my understanding.
There are others, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Bowles asked you in your lawsuit, you claimed that you have
Someone's killed on set. There's a fuck ton of civil lawsuits, man. That's how that goes. When stuff goes catastrophically
lost
wrong.
enjoyment of your life as a result of the incident. Is that correct?
He opened the door.
Yes, it is absolutely correct.
Just to be clear, did you receive a subpoena for your testimony today?
I believe that my counsel received a subpoena from both sides for today, yes.
Do you know, sir, did anyone force Ms. Gutierrez to accept a job as an armorer and
That's
props
calling for
assistant?
speculation. I would object to it.
Force her? Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you know if anyone forced Ms. Gutierrez to continue working on the
That
set
emotion
of
did come on
Rust
quickly.
when things were chaotic and difficult?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is
Thanks,
Mr.
Jeffrey.
Baldwin on trial today?
It appears that he is a bit, yes.
I'm asking you, is this the trial of Mr. Baldwin?
No, it's not.
Is this the trial of Rust Productions?
No, it's not.
Is Mr. Halls on trial today?
He is not.
He should be at some point. But
On
he won't
October
be.
21st, 2021, did Ms. Gutierrez show the dummy rounds to the cast and crew as you have indicated is proper safety protocol for armorers?
Not when I was on set, no.
Did Ms. Gutierrez shake the dummy rounds for the cast and crew?
Not when I was on set, no.
If Ms. Gutierrez had shown the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, what do you think would have happened?
Does call for speculation.
If he has an opinion, if he knows.
Oh, are you
based
letting
on-
him be an expert
based
now?
upon
I don't
his
know if I agree with
personal
that
knowledge.
call.
In your opinion, working on this
I don't know if
movie
I
set
agree
with
with
Ms.
that.
Gutierrez and working on other movie sets with other armors, if she had taken the dummies, rattled them, showed them to the cast and crew, do you think that live round would have been discovered?
Well, one
No.
of them wouldn't shake.
You don't?
Oh, pardon me. Had we looked at all of the ammo, we would have known whether it was dummies or live.
Who made the decision not to show the cast and crew the dummy rounds
Oh, it might have been
prior
Dave Halls.
to handing the gun to anyone in the church?
Might have been Dave Halls.
I would guess the armor or
That's
He is.
All right, that's his answer. He guessed, so we'll strike it.
yeah, it's speculative.
He guessed.
Is it your understanding that Ms. Gutierrez loaded that gun?
it is.
Sorry, did you all hear me? Because my mic was off. Yes, you're all saying yes. Okay.
Did you see her do it?
In your opinion, would
He's
Ms.
not an
Hutchins be
expert.
alive today if Ms.
Oh,
Gutierrez
ma'am.
had not put a live round in the gun?
Objection.
I'm going to strike that.
Yeah, he is not these lawyers right now. He is not an expert. He is not allowed to give opinion testimony. She is trying to elicit an improper answer, but you don't need to. First of all, the jury gets it. Y'all get it. This is the first percipient witness. We're going to do this a lot. This is a 3-week trial. There is no need. I think she is rattled by bowls and trying to have like the moment to throw it back in Bowles' face. But you need to build these things like a puzzle. You don't need to do it all with one witness. Everyone has got it. Everyone has got it.
You didn't get an answer, so.
All right.
That's an improper question. They get it. We get it.
Who is the person on the set of a movie who is in charge of firearms?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
That's what you're going to get, ma'am.
Do you know why your civil lawsuit doesn't include Ms. Gutierrez?
You'd have to refer to my counsel for
I
that
don't.
answer. I don't know.
That's a lawyer decisions. I would have loved if defense had just been calls for legal
Have
conclusion.
you testified today in order to further your civil lawsuit?
No, y'all subpoenaed me.
I've testified today to bring justice for the death of my friend.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir.
Are we done for the day? I'm done for the day. Are we done for the day? Her Zoom energy is showing, chat.
All right, we're going to break for the evening. Follow the bailiff directions. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone
He
else
looks
about the
pissed.
evidence received here in court. Don't read anything about production, this case. Don't look anything up. Don't do any research. Thank you. Where were you going to, Brian, did you have them in a different location in the morning?
No.
Okay. All right, so downstairs, 8:30, okay? Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right. As we are, where do I want to be?
George, were you going to?
I want to be here. As the jury is leaving the courtroom and the witness is finished and passed, I'm going to get to a few questions, and then I've got to put up a question for y'all in the member spaces, and then I have to jam because I have more to do this evening. We are not done for tonight, so we're going to get to questions. I think we're almost in real time. Yeah, we're caught up to real time court getting out. This went late, later than previous days. which does not bode well
Thank you.
for me tomorrow. I have an appointment tomorrow. I think she just excused them for the day. Hannah Gutierrez, the defendant, has quite a lot of sticky notes. It's interesting that we have a new defense attorney at counsel table today. Curious as to what that's about. I'm surprised that Mr. Bowles came in so hot in that cross-examination. Very, very surprised that that was his choice with this witness. And I don't think there's any question at all. What is going on? I don't think there's any. This is the producer for Court TV and somebody else being called in. I don't think there's any question at all that this witness was sympathetic, that he was a percipient witness. He was there on set when this happened. And I think they could have brought up the civil lawsuit in a less aggressive way and raised those doubts. But I don't think that this witness was testifying to further his civil lawsuit. We all know production fucked up. And I think Mr. Bowles could have brought this witness along on his side and be like, you were complaining to production, weren't you? You were telling production that there were concerns. He could have gotten this witness on his side with, and there's Mr. Bouillon. He could have gotten this witness on his side with what was going on with production, because his whole point is going to be production wasn't letting Hannah do her job. And he could have left it with, you've never, in all your experience, you've never worked on a set where an armorer had 2 jobs. Have you even heard of that? Does that seem safe to you? He could have gone through all of these things. I don't think it excuses her liability, but he could have worked with this witness instead of trying to fight with this witness. And this witness is not happy with production. And the prosecution was trying to pull the witness back onto her side. Is Mr. Baldwin on trial today? And he's like, actually, kind of. And those would have been answers helpful to the defense. I'm just not sure why he made the strategy call that he did to go after this witness the way he did. But the prosecution definitely keyed it up for those moments, because the prosecution walked through up to the moment that he saw his friend get fatally shot, and allowed the emotion to kind of take it from there and allowed it to grow. I'm sure he's not really happy, Mr. Bowles or the witness, with that interaction. Again, Mr. Bowles is doing his job, but there's a lot of ways to do your job. And I really just think this witness would have been someone to work with, not work against. Let's do a quick summary, and then we're going to go to Q&A. Don't forget to do the YouTube-y things. Don't forget to do the likey, subscribe-y things. You know all the things. And if you want to keep on top of my trial coverage and know when other witnesses are testifying, lawnerdapp.com is the place to do that. So Miguelina, I did it a little bit earlier. So I did. So thank you. What time tomorrow? I have not decided yet. Can Ross be called again? He would have to be subpoenaed again. All right, let us get to a quick summary and then to your questions. The afternoon of day 3 of the Hannah Gutierrez Reed Rust Armor trial got very spicy. We had the first percipient witness who was in the church when Helena Hutchins was shot and killed by Alec Baldwin. This was someone who was standing directly next to the director, shoulder to shoulder is how he described it. He was the grip for the camera that was in the church shooting the film. We saw footage from the Rust film that happened before the lunch break. This shooting happened after the lunch break. He talked about his concerns with safety on set. He talked about his issues with Dave Halls and approaching Dave Halls about issues with safety, and then Dave Halls walking away from him and him seeing nothing be done. He talks about the fact that he heard Hannah Gutierrez say after the lunch break that she had checked the weapon before the lunch break, but had not checked it after the lunch break and handed it to Dave Halls, and Dave Halls said, clear gun, no, cold gun, and then brought it into the church and gave it to Alec Baldwin. It was very heartfelt and sad testimony as he was talking about losing his friend Helena Hutchins, talking about Joel Souza being shot, talking about trying to stop the bleeding on Joel Souza's shoulder, seeing the bullet protruding by Joel Souza's shoulder blade, because again, Helena Hutchins was standing right in front of Joel Souza, and the bullet went through Helena into Joel Souza and lodged in his shoulder. So they were both shot with the one round fired. And then the cross-examination got fiery, very, very fiery. I was surprised that defense counsel came after this witness so hard, got into him about his medical treatment, his civil lawsuit going on in this case, what he, whether he was testifying to further that civil lawsuit and why he was suing. Wasn't he suing for money? The witness said repeatedly that he was looking for justice for his friend. And he did talk about the issues he had with what production did, what Baldwin did, and of course, what Hannah Gutierrez Reed did. And we saw the attorneys getting very fiery with each other at the end of the day with their objections over this witness. As we get into more percipient witnesses, a lot of the witnesses on this list have civil lawsuits pending. And I think we're going to see more of this style of cross-examination, though I think some of these witnesses can be allies to the defense. The defense wants to put this on production. These witnesses are pissed at production too. They're suing production too. They're not thrilled with production. They're also not thrilled with this defendant. So with that, let's get to your question. There were parts of today that really pissed me off. Chat, how are you feeling? There were parts of today that really just pissed me right off. So you know, it was I was a little feisty this afternoon too. There was stuff that pissed me off. I definitely have I definitely am empathetic to what people are going through. I feel for this witness. He went to work and he was worried about work. He was worried about his safety and the safety on set. And the worst happened. It's absolutely heartbreaking. But he absolutely held his own. The defense came out asking about his medical treatment. He's like, I'm not going to discuss my medical treatment with you. Good. He stood his ground. Wow. What a wild afternoon. Nancy said, I'm hearing that one of Hannah's lawyers, Rob's cousin, had an oral motion to withdraw today and was told no. He was told to sit at the table and not talk to Hannah. Nancy, that's going to be wild because Mr. Bouillon was there at the end, but a new lawyer came in today too. I'm going to want all the tea on that and we'll see what happens. Could Seth Kinney have disposed of suspicious ammo? We will hear about I don't know if Seth Kinney could have found it. I don't know how he found things in the prop house, but we will hear about what happened after the shooting on set and with Seth Kinney, including Sarah Zachary emptying the gun and throwing things away. Question, is it just me or is this helping the defense more than the prosecution? It's showing how chaotic the work environment was. Lily, it was showing how chaotic the work environment was because that's the truth. At the end of the day, Hannah still had to do her job. And I don't know if it helps that everyone else was wrong too. But the prosecution could fumble that because, yeah, production's wrong. Yeah, Baldwin's wrong. Yeah, I think Dave Halls is wrong. I have a lot of questions about Sarah Zachary and Seth Kinney. We'll get to that later. But that doesn't excuse her for not checking the bullets. And the prosecution was trying to make that closing argument with, had Hannah Gutierrez Reed shaken the bullets and checked them, or shaken the rounds and checked them, would Helena Hutchins still be here today? That's a closing argument, not a question. The morning started out so silly. And then here we are. But he held his ground. And I appreciate it. Isn't this woman supposed to be prosecution? This woman seems to be helping the defense. This all goes to the entire set was screwed up. Agreed. the entire set was screwed up. She still needed to check the rounds. And that's what they're going to have to focus on. Silky Mom said, well, I just got my tumbler. Can't wait to get the hoodie. The tumbler everybody's talking about in the chat are the matte black on black custom Lawnard tumblers. Those are linked down below the video if you want to get them. Lawnard shop. There are some left if you are interested in them. Do you think the defense went in like that because his only reason in calling the witness in was to fault Baldwin production? The defense went in like that. The defense didn't call this witness. The prosecution called this witness because this witness is a precipient witness. He is not an expert witness. He's a witness that saw what happened. He was there leading up to the shooting, during the shooting, after the shooting. And I think that the defense, I don't know why they chose that tactic, and I will have to think on it when I'm not like on the roller coaster with y'all. I don't know why the defense chose this witness to go after. Because again, I think they could have allied with him and been like, yeah, man, production fucking sucks. I mean, me summarizing. Production did this wrong. Production did this wrong. Baldwin did this. You couldn't even talk back to him. And Bowles kind of shifted strategy there in the middle and started saying, you didn't really, I mean, you talked to the union, you talked to Dave Halls. Did things change? How does a 24-year-old armorer stand up to Alec Baldwin? How does a 24-year-old armorer do this? They shifted. They could have lied him more, but at the end of the day, this witness is like, she didn't do her job. They didn't do their job. Smoke for everybody. Which is why I ended up screaming at some point, let him cook. And so did you, chat. So we're all in it together. Kimmy Cat said, maybe he just made a big fight scene with Ross to pull attention away from how emotional the last few minutes were. It's hard to hold both emotions in one in such short periods of time. Anger keeps longer than sadness. Maybe. I'm always much more comfortable with anger. I'm happy to default to anger. The helpful stranger, there was no working with the witness. He blames Hannah Gutierrez Reed for the death of his friends and would have tried to argue against every point made. The helpful stranger, he might have, but I also think he's mad at production. He's suing production. We'll do a pickle cleanse at the end of the day. EDB, which side will bring in the OSHA report? Defense. Who does that help? Defense. The prosecution or defense? Defense. And it will come in through one of their experts because the set was a mess. That doesn't excuse Hannah Gutierrez doing her job, but it brings empathy for her, right? How does she stand up? And is it production's job? They had 17 days with weapons on set and they paid her for 8 armorer days. Isn't that a huge problem? But does that excuse her duty to check every round before she loads it into a gun? And that's where the push-pull of this is. Yes, production absolutely shouldn't have been doing what they were doing. But does that change the fact that she was the one taking rounds out of the boxes or out of her fanny pack and putting them into the weapon? I don't think so. But we'll see. I don't think Hannah was in a healthy, supportive work environment. How could Hannah sit there emotionless today after all that emotional testimony? This might be unpopular, but this has been, I'm sure, traumatic for her too. And she has to, I wonder if she has built a bit of a wall because this was traumatic for her too. And we saw how much emotion she had after this happened. I don't think in any way that Hannah wanted this to happen, thought this was going to happen, even thought this was a possibility of happening. I think this is a nightmare for her too. I don't think this is easy for her either. And I think this was an accident. This was not an intentional shooting. This was an accident on set that impacted everyone. And I think to keep it together, you have to. And when defendants are too emotional, then that can be a problem too. So was this witness deposed by defense and that led to today's fireworks? Gen K, always possible. They normally do interviews, not quite deposition styles, not quite like depositions. They do witness interviews. I don't know if he interviewed with defense or just interviewed with the prosecution and it was given to defense. I don't know. Is she trying to help her future case against Baldwin? Maybe. They definitely have a future case against Baldwin in the summer. There was a motion for removal of one attorney at lunch. Look for it. Janice, I'll go look at the media feeds. I can't do it now because I've got to prep for what I have this evening. Lady Jane said CPTSD for 30 years, had therapy even today, was feeling awful seeing someone else have to deal with it. Thank you, EDB. You stood up for me too. I felt for this witness. I was real mad. The defense attorney's doing her job, his job. Well, his and her job. They are doing their jobs. I didn't like the way they did their job today. There were times I didn't like how the prosecutor did their job today, but it wouldn't be fun legal commentary if I was just like, yay, lawyers have lawyered. I definitely have opinions and I am going to share them with you. Wish we could see the jury's expression. Same. Yellow Pill said attacking a traumatized witness for his lawsuit in the middle of a motherfucking murder trial. I can't fathom ever attempting this level of fuckery. I don't know why that decision was made. Chandra said, I want the Law and Order app to provide an EDB avatar with a righteous rant for injustice when seen in the wild. I mean, I feel for this witness. I really do. And he wants justice for his friend. Brandy, this is a great question. How can they bring the other lawsuit in? It's relevant. It can go to motive. It can absolutely go to motive. I think they could have brought it in a different way. They chose not to do that. I see a lot of comments about what else may be going on with the defendant. I'm not going to speculate to that because that may or may not be. I'm not one to comment on it, so I see it. I feel like people are getting too upset with the defense. The helpful stranger said he's doing his job, has to do it. The defendant's entitled to it, whether we agree with style or not. He's doing what he thinks will work best. He is. I just didn't appreciate it today because I've liked his cross-examination style so much. I was really frustrated when he shifted so abruptly because I've liked the way he does his cross-examination, and it didn't feel like when an attorney and a witness are getting into it, and it is a witness that you very much like, it feels off-putting. When it's a witness that has lied on the stand or has been really contradictory, you're kind of like, get it. So it depends on how you feel about the witness. And if I am being too hard on him, it's possible. I felt tremendous empathy for this witness. So seeing him go after this witness felt wrong to me, especially knowing he has another style. With some attorneys, you watch their cross and they're all the same. And you're like, all of you are the same. This felt different, but you guys are going to feel differently. We're all going to feel differently, and that's fine. It's okay to disagree. Absolutely okay to disagree. And that's what the jury's going to do too. Some on the jury might have been really put off. Some on the jury might not have been. It just depends on where we're coming to the trial from, because we all perceive things differently, and that's okay. That's okay to perceive it differently. And I don't feel disrespected or disagreed with when you perceive it differently. I think it's completely fine. I felt very empathetic for this witness, and therefore I felt very frustrated when the defense attacked him. And if the jury felt empathetic to him, they're going to feel the same way. He was standing there, as you saw him talking through it, the body language. If you want to talk about body language with witnesses, him talking through what he did with Joel Souza just rang so incredibly true. Naradak said, not going to lie, I think your prosecutorial bias is showing. I think I'm much harder on the prosecutor. You were justifying prosecutors' improper question because of the defense attorney earlier. I don't remember doing that. There's definitely times I think I'm harder on the prosecutor. There are times when the prosecutor asks leading questions that were foundational. That's, for me, it's kind of like, like it's not like just let it roll because these things are all in police reports and they need to get through these witnesses. But I don't think I'm generally biased towards the prosecution in this case. I don't know if I like the way they're prosecuting this case. I don't like all of the charges. I don't like who they've given plea deals to. I don't like if Sarah Zachary's throwing away bullets that she hasn't been charged. There's a lot in this prosecution I do not like. The helpful stranger said, understandable, my guess is they have history that causes animosity. They might, but this attorney's not involved in the civil suit. It just caught me so off guard. Really did. Big mega pint love to the mods for rocking at 17K. These mods have rocked incredible numbers. October, how do you attorneys deal with first-time experts? It's not as easy. Surely opposing counsel will cause a stink over it, but the experts got to start somewhere. It just depends. It depends on what the expert's an expert in and their training and experience. And often I would talk to the defense attorney beforehand. But yes, they all have the first trial where they're qualified as an expert, and you have to be prepared to ask them the right questions so they can do a good job and that they have the requisite experience to actually be an expert. Can the lawsuit be used to impeach him if he didn't write the suit and they're not his words? Not really, but the things said in a lawsuit in California particularly are signed for. So it's like, this is true. So I think Ross did a good job of saying, I didn't say that. And yes, I think that. Kim said two things can be true at the same time. They all did a shitty job at safety. This witness, Roxy. One person did not fail for this to happen. Lots of people failed for this to happen. Kelsey said, here since 5K, knitting and listening. Thank you. You're welcome. Madre said, I think he just lost his case. We've got a long way to go. And the defense has witnesses too. We have a long way to go in this trial. But leaving the jury kind of sleeping on that witness at the end of the day is a good thing for the prosecution. We'll see what tomorrow brings. I'm frustrated because I have an appointment tomorrow. So I'm gonna be texting to see if I can push it back. Joe Figueroa, give us your Pokemon Go so we can raid together. I didn't even get out to physically raid. Sometimes I put that in the member spaces. It's been a while. Wrong style, but his cross is effective. No one stands up to Mr. Baldwin. That's what to remember. And I think that will stand out. And I think other witnesses will say that too. I think a lot of people come in with that. Predisposition. May I recommend Stop the Bleed courses? You never know when life-saving skills may be required. They offer courses all over the country. Roy, you may absolutely recommend that people have more than just basic first aid training, of course. So yes, and I didn't know that that's what one of them was called. It's been a while since I've done any type of first aid training, but it's been a minute. Sarah Moore gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Sarah. I feel like this has one of the easiest civil cases. I think all the civil cases at some point are going to end up in mediation. I just don't know if there will be enough money to go around. Kimberly, what does having live rounds on set have to do with standing up to anyone? And Kimberly, this is the point we keep coming back around to. Like, if Hannah had done her job, it doesn't matter if live rounds had gotten mixed in because she would have caught it. And if Dave Halls had given her time to check the gun, she should have caught it then. And if Mr. Baldwin hadn't pointed the gun at a human with the hammer cocked and his finger on the trigger while they were blocking out a scene, no one would have been shot. It's like, if. We've got a lot of causation here. Like, a lot of causation here. I'm going to look for the details on the, I didn't see the removal request. I only saw the new counsel. So I'll be looking for more details on that. I'm sure we'll get it from those that were in the courtroom. With all of that, chat, I will let you know in the Lawnerd app what time we're starting tomorrow. Members, I will put something up in the member spaces for you if you want to ask questions regarding the podcast I'm recording tonight. I have got to go, Zhuzh, because I have more to do this evening. Lawnerds, it's good to see you. Thank you for rolling with me. I was definitely, I had strong opinions today. But we'll see. But Bowles kind of shifted around his style midway through that cross. We'll see what happens. So with that, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnerd. Don't forget your Tumblr, and I will see you tomorrow in court. Bye.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Lawnerd.
That was me. Sorry.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Lawnerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Lawnerd.